Hello and welcome to my YouTube video. So in this video we will build the Airbnb clone. So first of all, let's see the demo and then we will move further. First of all, let's start from the scratch. So let's do the login. Maybe I can show you it is the application is fully protected. Let's see if I try to the favorite. See, I have to log in first. So we can use the we will also have the register button as well. We can, for example, if I click on create an account, now I am in the create an account. For you can say also the register page as well. But and in terms of we have two methods. Either we can register using the email and password, and or we can use the GitHub. So for this, let's use the GitHub. Then for the next step, we will see how we can do using the email and password. So let's do with the GitHub. If you see, my page is reloading and I will be automatically logged in. If it's as it's my second time, so that's why it is happening. If it's your first time, you have to authorize the application. So now let's see the let's explore the different stuff. For example, let's try to favorite this listing and see what will happen. If I try to do that, success, and as my internet is slow, so that's why there is little delay. But now this screen is listing is favorite. And now let's also see we have different categories for listings. I can filter based on these listings. For example, let's click on beach. Now I have only the beach listing. Let's click on Iceland. See, I'm not sure if you notice this, we have this beautiful loader as well. We will create this beautiful skeleton whenever we are trying to fetching the listings. And we have the pools as well. Now let's click on the castles, and for that we don't have any listings, so that's why we have this text: known exact matches, try changing or removing some of your filters. In order to remove that, either I can directly go to the home page, and I can also click on that. If I click on that, remove all filters, this will be cleared. Just notice that. See, all of this stuff is cleared, and now we are in the home page where we have all of the listings. So now let's explore the different pages. In my trips, basically in my trips we will have booked by me. So basically in my trips page we will have those listings which are booked by me, for example in future where I want to go. So those listings will be in my trips page. So currently I don't have any. So in order to add, how we can do that, so let's come here in the home page. Let's go to this listing, Asia, Afghanistan. So this is the single listing page, and we have also the image, all of the details, how many guests are allowed, how many rooms, how many bathrooms, then the what is the category and what is the description, and map as well. And here we have the calendar as well where we can book that. So the price is 200 per night, and let's select the two dates, for example 27, 28, and let's reserve that. And reservation created successfully, and I'm automatically redirected to trips page. And now I can cancel that as well, but let's don't do that. And next we have the reservation. What is in the reservation page? So basically in the reservation page, my listings booked by other. For example, maybe I can show you here in the home page. These are the listings uploaded by all of the users. You can say, for example, in our website we have 100 users. So in home page we will have all of the listings uploaded by all of the users. So what exactly reservation will show? Reservation will show my listings booked by other. For example, I can show you. Here I am logged in as a GitHub user. So if I come on different screen, and here let's try to log in. And in here I have another account. Let's do by user one, and if I try to submit, so basically if you see, I have, if I come here in the my trip screen, this is the basically I booked. So this is the now my I booked this listing. So this listing was created by this user one. So now if I come here in the reservations, I will have that. So here you can see that this is the basically previous reservation, so that's why it is that I can cancel that. Now this is cancelled, so this is the recent one. So basically you can see that here this user one have this reservation, so it means user one will receive this listing. So April 27 and April 28 are booked one. So now if I cancel that, this trip will basically be automatically cancelled. So let's see that if I cancel that, reservation is cancelled, and if I now refresh that, see, no trips found, because he is the owner, user one was the owner, and he cancelled that reservation, and now there is no trip for me for this user. So I hope it was clear. So that's why I have written here as well in short words: my trips booked by me, and reservations my listings booked by others. I can cancel that as well. So next is favorite. So now let's come here in the favorites page. So these are, it is pretty simple. So basically those listings favorite liked by me, so this heart symbol. And next, what is next? Next is my properties. So basically my properties, my listings uploaded by me, which I can delete and edit. So basically if I come here, my properties, I think this user has only one listing. Yeah, this is the only one. And for this user, if I come here in the my properties, so the all of other listings are by for this user. So now if I come here in the my favorites, so for this user I don't think this user have any favorites, so that's why no favorites found. So what is the next? And we have the different filtration as well. I can show you how we can do that. First of all, let's come to the home page and let's try to target this thing. So price is 100, beach, and also 2, 3 and 4. Try to remember that, and I will try to filter. So basically the country is this first one. If I go next, so basically this is to find the different stuff. I can use this date, and now let's next, and 2, 3 and 4. If I search that, I will have that. And now let's try to book this listing, and then again try to search that, and won't be able to find that. So now let's I come here and let's try to book any listing, and I can target that. For example, if I come here and let's try to select this one, and let's try to reserve this one basically. And the date is, let's select this 27, 28, and let's try to reserve this. So my reservation is so basically my trips, I have that one. Now let's try to again search that. Values are same. This date is very important, because if you see 27 and 28, for these 2 nights I booked this one. So if I come here next, and now if I search that, see, we don't have any exact match. Why? Because this is already booked. If I now cancel that, and obviously I have to again refresh that, now we have that. Because why? Because it is cancelled. And now if I come here again, so now we again we have these dates, and now these dates are available. So this is what we will be building. Now before going to the code part, let me show you the overall view of this application. I can show you. First of all, first step should be to I should be giving the whole credit to code with Antonio. So this is basically I will convert his Airbnb clone. So you can see that this is the basically title from the Antonio. So I will also paste the link in the description as well. So first of all, the code with Antonio video is in Next.js, I will be converting that to Nuxt. Why I'm doing that? Basically, first of all, first purpose was to show the Vue and Next community how we can build the Next stuff within the Nuxt 3. And I also, my goal was to show the Next.js community how easy is to build the different kind of stuff, which is, in my opinion, in Next.js, which is difficult, but in Nuxt 3 we can do that easily. So that's the core purpose. And another thing was to, so I can also learn the Next.js as well. So you can see I was learning as well. And also so I thought, why not, I should teach you the next version of this stuff as well. So next thing is this was in the React. Obviously we will use the Vue because Nuxt is for the Vue. And then we will use the complete TypeScript, so it will be fully typed, so you will have the type safety. And for Tailwind, we will not use the simple Tailwind CSS, although this code with Antonio is using the simple Tailwind CSS. We will use the ShadCN as well, which is the ShadCN Vue basically, not the, because ShadCN is also for the React, but ShadCN Vue is the Vue version for of ShadCN. Then for the MongoDB and Prisma, both things are same, because even if you build this stuff in the Svelte, you don't have to change anything. But one thing is sure, I will tell you how you can do the queries using this. If you want to use the Supabase, you can also I will tell you how you can do that as well. It's pretty simple, just you have to change the 1 to 2 lines. And then he is using for the authentication and middleware stuff, he is using the Next Auth, but we will use the Lucia Auth. Lucia Auth is very important. We have the details why I'm using that. I have the different details as well why I'm doing that. For example, why I choose the Lucia Auth. First of all, Lucia Auth is written in TypeScript, so TypeScript, that's the first benefit. Why TypeScript? TypeScript basically will give us the complete flow, and it will also give us the VS Code will also give us the real-time suggestions as well. So it's very time saving, and we can also catch the errors at before running the code as well. And another thing is, which can be extended for use with any framework. Yes, you can use with any framework, and most of the code is always same. You can come here in the documentation and you can check the different for example, if I come here in the get started, for Astro, for Express, for Next.js pages route, Nuxt, solid start. So basically he is covering all of the libraries, so that's why I choose that. And also code is pretty simple, and we have the fully control as well. And another major benefit for me, it's the benefit, maybe it for you it's the disadvantage, it's the session based, not the token based. Normally what we do, we store the tokens either in the cookies, either in the local storage, or either in the sessions. Different people do according to the requirements, they use the different stuff. But here it is the session based, so we will be storing the sessions in the cookies plus database. So those we will handle that. And then authentication is handled by which enables you to fully customize every aspect. We have the complete control. We can control the different stuff, for example, what exactly data we want to save in the sessions, what we want to show to the client, what we want to store in the server. So we have the complete store. Normally in the next auth and nowadays clerk is very important, we don't have that much control. So you will see that while developing, you will see how much control we will have that. And then why I'm using the Prisma basically, thanks to you can use any database. Yes, that's why I mentioned. I will also tell you how you can use the Supabase, MySQL, SQL. You can use any database with the using with the help of Prisma. Code will be same. I can show you. For example, if I come here, yeah, here. So let's take this in this example user. For currently this code is for the Supabase PostgreSQL. You can also here write the MySQL. You don't have to change anything here. And then if you want to use the Supabase, basically you will have the access to the code. You just have to simply first of all here you have to add the auto. And if you see here we have the default UUID, and here we have the auto, and then you have to add these two words map. First of all we have to map this id to this has underscore id, and we also have to the object dot id. Why we are doing that? Because that's the structure of the MongoDB. And second thing you have to change is through, instead of here simple string, you have to add for MongoDB object dot id. That's it. Other than that, basically here in this case where we have the relation between different models, so we only have to change these two things. Other than that everything is same, and you don't have to write anything else. And that will be the final step. We can choose any database, and just simply have to change minor change within the schema, and then we are good to go. That's the power of the Prisma. And why I'm using the ShadCN? Basically ShadCN is not a typical component library. More you can check that basically on the here in the documentation, but key points are here. It is the collection of reusable components, so we have fully control on the components, and we can also add the basically we can define the structure of the design, how our application will look like. And it means we don't have to install any dependency. We can simply copy paste the code, or we can simply install one by one. Based on our own usage we can simply install the component. And that's the kind of, you can say, the overview of stack, overall tech stack, why I use different stuff. And now the next thing is to uh, what will be the minor stuff, and you can say the major points you will be learning in this whole tutorial. First of all we will see how we can create the reusable components. What I mean the reusable component, I can show you the one simple example. For example, if I come here in the home page, so basically this simple card we will use in everywhere. And but this simple card have different variations. For example, if I come here in the my trips, uh, if I come, maybe I can show you here. If I come here in my trips, I don't think we have any, but maybe in the, if I come here in the reservations, oh, we don't have. Maybe if I come here my properties, see that card is now different. This card have different styles. So even same for the my trips and reservations, that card was different. So basically this one simple card will have the 3 to 4 variations. I will show you how we can create that. Next step is composables as global state. We are not using Pinia in our application, although we can use that, but my purpose was to show you the different stuff. So how we can use the composables as global states. How basically we will, one example is basically if I come here and if I do the logout, so basically see that model is open now. Even I can basically control the uh, I will show you how we can basically handle the model state from from different parts of the application using the composable. It's kind of a global state. We will have the one variable which is controlling that opening and closing state of this model, but we are storing that globally within the composable. That's the unique thing. At least in my opinion, it's the unique thing. I mostly don't most of the people don't know about this. And then see, I will tell you how we can handle the data fetching of page from different page. For example, and next step will be the auth status real-time update. So currently if you see this user is not logged in, but if I try to log in, it will be automatically real time. because this user has the you can say the profile, so that's why it will be automatically updated. So that will be real time. And then API protection based on authentication. So our APIs will be fully protected. Logged user have to log in, otherwise he won't be able to perform. And then we have the Nuxt API CRUDs. So basically we will learn how we can create the something using the we will basically create the API which will be, you can say, the how which will be creating the resource, which will be reading the resource, which will be updating the resource, and which will also be deleting the resource. So we will handle the all of the major four operations of the APIs using Next. Yes, Next within the Next. So advanced queries using Prisma. See how we can create that within the Prisma. And next step will be the complex route queries. So if you see, for example, if I click on windmills, and now let's select any stuff, next 2021, next, and search. If you see, we have the route queries, and we can clear that as well. So we will see how we can basically handle that complex queries, route queries as well, and complete TypeScript. Now the next step, maybe I can show you the schema, and then we will move to the code part. So basically this will be the basically the schema. We will have the basically these are the you can say the relational diagram of our application. We have the four models: users, sessions, reservations, and listing. Four models, or you can say the four tables. Within the user we have these details: id, github id, email. Basically this is the unique, and also this is not required field. Required field is only id and email. And then we have the name, password, image, favorite IDs. So basically here we will have the listing id. Basically this is the array of these listings. And then we also have the, so I think here this is the by mistake, so you can ignore that. So instead of here, I think I made the mistake. If I come here, so here we have the sessions array, listing array, and reservations array here. So we will have that. And after that we have the sessions. In sessions we have the id, user id, and expire that. We have these three things. And then we have the listings, because the reservation will be dependent upon the listings, and that's why you can say there is connection between that. So you can see using the diagram as well. So each listing will have the following properties. And then reservation, as because basically we will be reserving the particular listing, so that's why there is a relation between these two. So now let's come to the code part. Now let's come to the coding part. Let's open the documentation. We will start from the scratch. I can say Nuxt.com. Let's get started. Let's select this one, copy that. Let's come to the code. Here I have the empty folder. You can clear. You can see that we don't have anything. You can ignore these because these are the separate branches. Now let's paste that, and here instead of project name I can write Nuxt3 Airbnb, and let's paste that. Let's select the yar. We'll use the yar. No, we will not initialize the Git repo, and we are done with the installation. Now let's come to the cd Nuxt 3 and Airbnb. Nuxt 3 Airbnb. Okay, that's strange. Oh, I think if you see, it's Airbnb. Sorry. Now let's continue with that. CD. Or yeah. Now let's run the project yarn dev, and we can see the preview. If I come here and localhost 3000. So this is the example. So it means our project is running. Now let's start. The first step should be, we will be implementing the authentication. For authentication, we will use the Lucia auth. It's very simple to use, and so far I used a lot of stuffs within the Nuxt, and Lucia is the best experience for me. So it's so easy to use. Even if you don't have any experience, you can continue with that. For the documentation is pretty good. I can come here in the getting started. We will be using the Nuxt, so that's why let's click on Nuxt. And for database, here first of all let's install these two. I can come here, let's close this. I can say yarn add, yarn add, and these are the Lucia and Oslo. Let's install these. We are done with the installation. Now let's see what's the next step. The next step is to import Lucia, initialize it with your adapter. As we will be using the Prisma, so that's why here by default they are using this better SQLite adapter, but we will not use that. Here we will have our own adapter. I can come to the database, and here we have different adapters: Drizzle, ORM, MongoDB, Mongoose, MySQL. We will be using the Prisma, so that's why let's select the Prisma. And here first step is to obviously install the Prisma. I can click on that, and I can say yarn add this one, and let's install that. Now here I have to install other two packages as well, yarn add --dev, and here I can say Prisma and Prisma client as well. Prisma client, yeah, these two. Although they are not mentioned here, but we have to install that. Now next step is to create the schema for Prisma. For that, let's copy this one. We are done with the installation of Prisma and Prisma client. Now let's run this command npx prisma init. Sorry, let's cut that. I can show you what exactly will happen. Currently, if you see, we don't have any .env file, we don't have any Prisma folder. So if I run this command npx prisma init, it will basically initialize those. Oh, the spelling was wrong. npx Prisma. Now if we run that, see, we have .env file, we have this Prisma. So let's come to the here, and here obviously in the database, in the provider, I have to write MongoDB, yeah, and here let's paste this schema. It is the for MongoDB we have different formats, so that's why it is giving me the error. So let's change that. So after this ID for MongoDB, we just have to use the map, and map it should be for the ID, and the error is gone. And same for the bottom, that error is gone. I can save that, and now let's come to here, and usage, we can use that. After this thing, although these are the next step, but we will use at the end. So I can again come to the database, Nuxt, and after that, so we are done with the database part, right? Now let's come here and let's copy this stuff. Here what exactly I have to do, I have to create this utils and auth file within the server. I can copy that, and let's come to the server, and let's create file, and let's paste that utils auth. Now let's copy this whole code and let's paste that. One thing, if you notice, if you are using the Node.js 18 or below, we have to write this thing as well. I am using the Node 18, so that's why I write this thing. We are done with this step. Now let's come to the, as we will be first will be how we can implement the GitHub authentication. So first of all, I will come here, GitHub auth, I will select the Nuxt, and here these are the steps I have to do. For example, first of all, I have to create these things, GitHub client ID, I have to create these. After this step, we will be moving to this GitHub OAuth because we will be implementing the GitHub OAuth. Let's come here, GitHub OAuth, here select the Nuxt, and we will follow the next steps from here. So let's also we have the example project as well. Now let's come to, in the next step, let's open that. But obviously we have to, first of all, we can also do this thing. I can copy that and let's come here within the .env file. After this thing, I can simply write that and let's save that. And now let's come here at the end. So here we have to add these two as well within our schema. I can come here and instead of this ID, after the ID, we should have these two as well. GitHub ID, we will use the GitHub ID, and keep in mind it should be number and it should be unique. So that's why I will write here GitHub ID, and it should be int and it should be unique. Yeah, let's save that. And another thing, we will not use the username, we will use the simple name. So but still I can copy that, and here I can, for the user, I can write name. And why basically I'm doing that, so you can see how we can use the different variations as well. So that's a string, and let's save that. And now let's follow this example. I can come here, and here I just have to copy this thing. Within the Nuxt config, I can write this thing, because if you remember, we have these two variables in the .env file, but we have to mention this within the Nuxt config file. I can copy that and I can come here and let's paste that here. Let's save that, and now let's see how we can get these two. Although, do we have the any guide? Yeah, here we have the create a GitHub OAuth page, but still I can click on that. Let's come to back. Okay, now next step is to set the redirect URL to this thing. I can come here within the GitHub. How we can get those two, basically these two values. I can show you. Come here. You should have the GitHub account. So if you imagine that you have here your own page, click here, and here within you can come to the settings. Within setting, you have to scroll at the end, and here you can select the developer settings, and here let's come to the OAuth apps, and let's create the new OAuth app. I can create new one, and here I can say Nuxt 3 Airbnb. Let's write the name. What's the keep in mind, set the redirect URL. Set the redirect URL to this one. Let's copy that, and let's come here. Homepage URL should be simple. It should be simple, this one. And if you just try to remember, if you are deploying and you have some, for example, if you have something else for this, see, this is the home URL, so it should be like that. So if you have 301 or something else, then you should have that URL here. And after that, the authorization callback URL should be this one, the one we just copied. And also keep in mind, if you are running on different port, for example 301, then you should have that here 301. But if you are deploying and your URL is deployed, after deployment you should change the URL here. And now let's register the application, and we will have those two values. Here we have the client ID. I can copy that, and let's come to the env file, and within the client ID I can simply paste that, and now let's generate the client secret as well. I can say my password. After my password, yeah, here we have the secret. I can copy that and let's paste that in. Now after this thing, I can create this thing auth. I have to create this auth utils in the server. I can copy that and let's within the server I can say simply paste auth util, and now let's paste this whole thing. Let's copy and let's paste that. It will give the error because we don't have any adapter. And also one thing, here instead of username it should be simple name. I can copy control D or command D. If you are on Windows then control D, if you are on Mac then command D. I can simply say it should be name, and let's save that. And now let's come to the within the database. If you remember, we have those adapter Prisma, and here for Prisma I can copy these two. Yeah, simple these three, and I can simply paste that here. Yeah, now that error is gone. Yeah, now let's go back to previous page. Yeah, here one thing is I remember we have to implement one thing, another thing as well. If I come to the getting database Nuxt, yeah, this polyfill. Yeah, this polyfill. If you are using the Node.js 18, we have to write this thing as well. If you are keep in mind, if you are using the Node.js 18 or below, I'm using the Node.js 18, so that's why I have to use these two lines as well. I can come here, and after this Prisma client I can simply paste that, and let's save that. And now let's come to the GitHub auth Nuxt, and now let's follow the next steps. After this thing, now we have to install this Arctic. I know we are installing a lot of packages, but it's not that difficult. We are just following the documentation, so you have to bear with me. So let's add Arctic, and these are the next step. I have to import this thing. Let's copy that and let's paste that here, and I just have to, this is the last line, I just have to copy this one, and here after this I can simply write that. Yeah, let's save that, and hope everything will work. Now next step is this one. Let's create this page.index.vue file. I can copy that, and here at the root I can simply click on file, and this is the basic path. I can simply paste that, and let's also copy this whole code. It's pretty simple. Here just keep in mind, we can't use the Nuxt link here. We have to use the simple a link, and let's save that. And next step is the authorization URL. We have to create this thing as well within the server. I can simply copy that within the server. I can simply click on file, and just I have to path the, if you remember, if you see routes, after the routes we have the GitHub login, then within the login we have the GitHub. So that's why. Now let's copy this code and let's save that here. Now here, so this error will be gone once we will run the project. From where this GitHub is coming, it is coming from here. This is the feature of the Nuxt, that whatever we will create within the utils, it will be auto imported. So for now you can ignore this GitHub, and we will have this thing. And now let's save that, and now let's see what's the next step. And we have to validate the callback. So for callback I just have to create another file here. I can copy this path, and within this server I can simply create another file, and I can simply paste the path, and within that I can simply copy this whole stuff. Let's copy this thing. Yeah, let's copy that and let's paste that. But here we will have the error, I am sure. Why? Because we are using the different DB. So before changing this DB, let's come to the mongodb.com. Let's sign in. Let's sign in with the Google. I can sign in with this email. Continue. It's pretty simple. Even if you don't have account, you can sign up, and here let's remove that. Although I have the project, but you can create from here, you can create the new project as well. But now let's come to the what's the next step. Here we have the basically the organizations. You can create more organization as well. Then after the organization we have the projects. Here you can create another project as well. So now let's create another project. I don't need dark mode. I can say project I can say YouTube recordings, and I can come here. Next I can create the project. After the project creation I will be redirected to this, and here I can, no, I don't need this thing. Let's come to this database and let's build the database. Keep in mind here you should be choosing this one, free one. And after that as I'm in the Pakistan, so that's why this is the closest one. So let's select this one, and here cluster 0, and it's okay. And let's create that. Yeah, free one, just keep in mind, free create. Keep in mind these are very important. So let's copy these two username, and let's come to the env file, and let's simply paste that. We will use that, and let's paste that this one as well. I can simply paste that, and we will use that. We have this username, we have this password, and let's create the user. Yeah, here it's very important. You should be writing, although it's the as it's not the exact secured, but here you should be writing your own IP. But as sometimes it create the error, so that's why we will use this 0.0. So here I will be using my own IP. This is the basically it will allow from anywhere. So that's why we are using this one. And keep in mind why we are using this, because sometimes it create the problems. So by the way, here just want to, here you should have your own username and your own password, because I will delete that. So you should be using your own. And after this step, now let's add the entry. Why? Okay, add. Why we don't have this finish? Okay, I didn't create the user. Let's create this one, and now let's paste this IP address general, and now let's finish and close. Congratulations. Okay, go to overview. Now let's come to the connect, and here we will have the MongoDB for VS Code, and I just need this URL. That whole process was just for this simple URL. I can simply close that, and let's come here, and within this database URL I can simply paste that. And here we have already we have this user, but instead of this user we will use this password here within the password. And yeah, it's simple. And here I can say Airbnb, yeah, Airbnb. Yeah, let's remove these two, and let's save that. And here I can say now after I have to run the, now let's push this schema files to the Prisma. I can say npx Prisma generate, and here I can say npx Prisma db push MongoDB. And now if I refresh this thing, we should have those session and user stuff here, the schema according to this schema. Yeah, we should have those. I'm just refreshing, and I hope everything, because here we don't have any error. Let's come to this database. If I click on this browse collection, see we have this Airbnb, and within the Airbnb we have this session and user. Yeah, now let's come to here, and what are the next step? After this, obviously we have to change that within the callback. Within the auth we should have that db for the adapter. One thing, just replace this client with the db, client with db. Okay, not this client, control D, this one, and this one, these two. I can say db, and let's save that, and let's copy this db, and I can come here within the callback, and here I can, let's remove this thing because it's the totally different command. I can say const existing user is equal to await. Here I can say, instead of this one I can say db dot. Okay, why it is not giving me? So let's come here, and yeah, this is the mistake. I should have right here export.
I can say export const db. Let's save that, and now it should give me the db. It should give me this suggestion db dot user. Now we have the suggestions db dot user dot find unique, and here within that I can say where we have the github id, and it's equal to github user dot id. So github user we have created here our own, so here keep in mind we should have that. Why it is giving me the error? Because I mentioned here id is string, but in reality id is number, because in the Prisma schema we have defined this is the github id is int, so that's why here I have to change that, and here it should be number. Yeah, let's save that, and that error should be gone. Yeah, that error is gone. Now here I have to write obviously existing. Now here we are checking existing user dot id. I don't know why it is giving me the error. Okay, I got it, why it is giving me the error. Here we should have the await. Yeah, now that error should be gone. I can say dot id. Yeah, now that error is gone, and here I have to write that, so I can just simply cut that, and here I can say db dot user dot create, and here I can paste that the cut value, and here user id. Yeah, here not, it's not like that. I can cut that, and within the object, within the create object, I should have the data, and here now not like that, sorry. I can create another object, and here I can now next step is to replace this with your own db client. I can simply cut that, and here I can say db dot user dot create not count. I can say create, and here within that I can simply say data, and within data I can create another object, and here let's paste that not okay, let's remove this thing, and within let's here. Yeah, here we have that, and here see it is giving me the error, so it should be only name instead of user. I can say username, and github user dot login. So why login? Because according to the github response we will get in name we will have that, so that's why we are writing that. Here one thing I totally forgot, if I come here within this schema we should have that here another thing which is email, so we should have to write that as well, email, and here I can say string, and it should be unique, because we will replace the email should be unique. I can save that, and keep in mind we have to do this again, npx prisma init npx prisma generate, and after that I have to say npx prisma db push. And now let's come here, and here within the according to the github response, let's see what exactly we will get that. I can say github user response. If I click on that we will get these kind of response. Let's click on that, and let's come here. If you see, this will be the response, and within the, if you see within the login we have this thing. Now if you see it is giving me the error because email is missing, so here I can say let's remove these two, and here instead of login I should be saying email string. Let's save that, and here I can say id, and also I have to write here more things as well. Here we will use the name, but still we have to update our schema. Let's come here within this schema. Here we have to use more things as well, because we need email, so I can say email, email, and it should be string, and it should be unique. Let's also add more things as well, because we need that. We will implement that once we have the simple login register as well. So we will need the password, but password is optional. We have the avatar URL as well, but that is also optional. So now let's save that, and here we keep in mind we have to run these commands. I have to run npx prisma generate. After whenever you change the schema file, you have to run these two commands, npx prisma generate and npx prisma db push. Let's save that. Yeah, it's done. Now let's come here. We will still have here we have to update this thing as well, but first step should be we should update the github user response. In github user response, let's write this thing: id number login string. We don't need this login. Let's remove that. We have the email, we have the name, we have the avatar URL. Let's save that, and let's I can show you why I write that. If I come here, let's remove. I can show you how you can get that. Just have to see github user response. You just have to write that, and you can open the first one, and within the first endpoint, this is the response sample. If you see, if you are using the username, then you can use this login. Within the login we have this, and here we have the id. We are using this id. Then we have the avatar URL, so that's why I am writing here avatar URL. And then we have the, if you see where we have the name, here we have the name, and here we have the email. Yes, email. Sometimes its email can be empty, so that's why we will use the login. Instead of email, we will use the login here. So let's replace that. uh, let's replace that with the login, and now I can come here, and here within the user creation I can say github user id, and name. Instead of login, it should be, name should be github user.name, and after that I can say email github user dot login. Yeah, let's save that. I know it's confusing why I'm using the login instead of email. I'm just instead of email, one thing, if we have those users, for example, if you want some kind of authentication that user should always have the email, then you should here here you should use that email, not login, because in the login I will be storing the user, this username, github username, because in github username is required but email is optional. So in some github user accounts which email can be missing, uh, email can be optional. Yeah, so that's why because, but here according to our schema, our email is unique, and it should be present, so it's the required field. So that's why I am just to avoid errors, I just want to clarify one thing. Within this email field, I will be storing the GitHub username, because in the login, if you see, we have the username. I'm not storing here the email. Why I'm doing that? Because for some users, email can be optional, and they don't they because in GitHub user account, username is required and email is optional. So that's why some GitHub accounts don't have email, so it can throw the error. So in order to avoid that, I'm doing that. But if you want to if you are creating some kind of thing where email is required, and you want those GitHub accounts which have the email, then here you should add the condition to check where GitHub user have that email. If have, then create the account, otherwise throw the error, and you tell the user you should have that account, you should have that email. Then you will be able to proceed further. Now let's save that, and I hope everything will work. Now let's run the project. I can say yar dev. Let's come here, and Let's run the although project is running. Let's close all of these. Let's close this one. Yes. In the login, I have to index.view page. Oh, it will not work. Here in the app.view file, instead of Nuxt welcome, I have to write Nuxt page. Yeah, let's save that. It will throw the error. I know why, because we don't have .index file, index.view file. But let's wait. Yeah, see, but I can go to the login. Yeah, I can go to the login page. Now let's click on that, sign in with GitHub. Yes, I have to authorize it. For the first time you have to authorize that. And here if you see, this is the name of the application you write, and let's authorize. Yes, I think everything worked. Let's come to the, because we didn't get any error. And if I come to the user, yes, we have the user. See, here we have the name, and basically here within the email I have my username. That's what I was mentioning. Although in reality we should have that email, but I explained the reason why I'm doing that. So we have that user, and we have the sessions as well. Yeah, see session. Now let's come here. We should follow the next step. We can validate the request. We can get the single user, and yeah, obviously we can follow these steps. After that, we can validate the request. We don't need the, we will need this block, but later. Now let's create this thing within the API server. Let's create the first API. How we can get the user within the API. Yeah, within the server I can simply create another file, and let's paste the, this code. And here I can simply export, and let's save that. And now let's create these composables. I can simply copy that within the root. At the root, let's click this app.view, and let's click, and let's paste that path composable and auth.ts. Within that, let's paste that. Let's copy and let's paste. Here we can import the user type, and within this user we have that thing, and we can see that as well. Let's save that. And now we have to create the middleware. Let's copy that. Here one piece is missing. I don't know why it didn't did that, but we have to add that file. Where I can find that? If you come here, we have to do one step as well. Here within the, not here, within the server, if we have to create this thing as well, middleware. And within the middleware we have to copy this line as well, because here we are, if you see within this API, within the user.get API, we are accessing this user from the context, but we are not adding this user in the context. So we can add that using this middleware. Middleware basically will run for each request, before each request. So that's why I can copy that. Let's copy that. And here within this server, keep in mind this middle, we have for client side we have different middleware. It's within the root of the application, and for server middleware we just can create middleware, and within the middleware I can say auth.ts. Let's paste that. And here in first step we are checking the origin, and after we are checking if we have this session ID or not. And if we don't have session ID within the cookies, if we don't have any session, then we are assigning to the session, and to the user we are assigning null. And but if we have that, we are validating that, and we are checking different conditions, and then assigning to the user. And that, and here within this, what's the purpose of this? Basically we are adding this user and session to the h3 context, so we can get them in every. Here what's the purpose of this? So you can say we are extending the h3 context, and we are adding these two types in simple words. So let's save that as well. And now let's come here, and so we can continue within. After the composable, we have to create this one. Within the middleware I can say auth. Here keep in mind it should be within the root. So let's click and let's paste that global. And here basically we will check the Let's copy that. Basically for each, first of all, we are getting this user and then we are fetching the user from this api.user.guest, and if we have that user we are just assigning to this user. By default this is null. If you see user or null, if we have that user then we will assign that value. Let's save that. Now let's copy. Here we can use this user. Now let's copy that and let's create home page. Within the app.view file I can simply create, not within the app of view, within the pages I can simply create another file which is index.view, index.view, and here I can simply say vbase t, and here I can simply paste that, and here let's use this user, and here I can say user, and I hope everything will work. Let's save that, and now let's also create this API as well. But first of all, let's see if it is working or not. Let's refresh. See, we have here the user details. We have the GitHub ID, we have the name, we have the ID. So it means it is working. You can ignore this one. Now let's also implement the logout as well. I can simply copy that within the server. Within the server, let's create another file and let's paste that, and it will be automatically adjusted to within the API. I can simply copy that and let's paste that, and here basically what we are doing, first of all we are checking if we have session. If we don't have a session then it means we are already logged out, so that's why we are throwing the error. Otherwise we are invalidating the session, and also the we are for the cookie we are just creating the blank cookie. So and now let's implement how we can do that in the front end side. I can simply copy this code, and within the home page where we have, I can simply write that this one, oh not here, after the user I can simply say this one. Okay, why it is giving me the error? Okay, I think this is the extra one. Okay, I think after this I just have to write. Yeah, let's save that, and let's also create this folder, this function as well, logout, and after that I can say logout. Let's save that and let's see if we can do that. If I come here and let's sign out, yeah, it is automatically redirecting me to login, because I am saying that after logout redirecting me to the login. Now one thing is remaining, which is to how we can protect this certain page. For that I can create another middleware. I can simply say protected dot ts, and here I can say, by the way, what's the difference between these? The global one will run for every page, and this protected one will run for those only where we will mention that. So here I can simply check. Here I can simply copy this stuff. Let's copy this one. Let's copy and I can paste that, and here instead of assigning to that I can simply check if we have user. If we don't have user dot value, this user either will be null or we will have that. So if we don't have, then simply what should we do? We should return to navigate to login page. You should be logged in. Now if I save that, and keep in mind I have to mention that here. I can simply say here define page meta, and within that I have to write middleware. Yeah, within the middleware I have to write protected. Keep in mind now this page will be protected. Now if I try to go to the home page without the, currently I'm not logged in. Now try see that I will be automatically redirected to the login page. See, I was automatically. Now if I try to log in, see I'm again to the home page. That's the we are done with the authentication of the GitHub. Now let's move to the UI part. We will implement the simple email and password authentication as well, but later. First let's create the UI, some basic UI. UI we will be using the ShadCN. So let's come to the ShadCN website, ShadCN View. Remember ShadCN View. We will not use the typical ShadCN, which is I think UI dot ShadCN. Yeah, UI dot ShadCN. I think. Yeah. this is the official, but this is the Vue version of ShadCN. We will use that. So let's come get started. Will be installing the Nuxt. Let's copy that, not this one because we already have the project. Let's install that. I can say your add minus minus dev TypeScript, and now let's copy that. And now we will follow this. We have to install this one, Tailwind module, and after that we have to install this one, ShadCN Nuxt. Let's wait for the installation. Let's install this one as well, this one, ShadCN Nuxt. And now let's copy that, copy, and let's come to the Nuxt config, and let's paste that, and now let's copy this one as well. And after the module I can paste that, and we can remove that, and that's, I can say prefix, and I can simply write this one, and let's format that, and let's save. And now we will do the, we still have to do next step. Let's copy that and let's paste that. Yes, we will use the TypeScript. We will be using Nuxt default slate. Yes, here. Yes, 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 yes. We are done with those steps. If you see, we have this lib folder now, we have the components, and we also have asset folder as well. So those are the steps. Now we have to do the next steps. We don't need this one. Now let's now let's install the components. One thing I can just want to currently I will install all of the components at the same time. For example, I know the best practice whenever you are using the ShadCN, you should install the components as you are developing. But I already know what exactly components I will be using, so that's why, in order to save time, I will be installing all of the components at the same time. Not whole components, but the components we will be using. So we will be using these components for our application. So let's install all of these at the same time. So I will run that. So we are done with the installation. So let's see, we have the components, and see, we have all of these components. Now this is the last step. Let's come here to the tailwind.css file. Let's come here, and we have to replace this primary color because we will be using the pink one. And now let's come to the index.vue file, and here I can use this button, ShadCN button. It will be auto imported. Let's save that, and let's paste that, and now let's run the project your dev. Let's come here, and let's see the preview. See, now we have this button. We have the ShadCN styles. Now as we will be using the different color, so now let's replace this primary color as well. You can just copy this 350, 89 and 60. Let's save that, and we should have different colors. See, we have this color. So now we are done with the installation as well. Now let's create the navbar. Let's run the project now. For navbar, let's close this thing, and here first step is to create layouts and default dot view, and here you can say vbase ts, and here we will have the basically the navbar, but we will have to create later. And here I can say div, and here I have to class pb20, and after that pt and 220 pixel. You will understand why I'm writing that, because we have the from the navbar height will be p20 pixels, so that's why from the top we should have that and here I will be writing the slot, and let's save that. And now within the app.vue file, I just have to say control nuxt layout, nuxt layout, and let's save that. And now let's within the components, let's create the navbar. Within the components, let's come folder app to folder app, and within the components folder and navbar, and within the app let's create the another file which is container.vue, and within the container I can say vbase, and here I can say class maximum width should be just 20 pixel, and I can say mx auto, and in XL we should have px of 20, and on MD we should have px 10, and on SM we should have px2, and normal we should have px4, and here we will have the slot. So basically it's the container. You will understand why we are doing that. And now within the navbar, let's create one file which is index.vue, and here within the navbar we will have vbase ts, and here I can say from the top class fixed, and width should be full, not fit, full, and bg white z10, shadow should be sn, and here we will have the py, not this one, and here I can say div and class py4, and border b, and from bottom we will have the 1 pixel, and after that, and here we will have the app container, the one we created, app container, and here let's see navbar, we will see the preview. Let's save that and let's run the project. Yarn dev. Okay, why we are not seeing the navbar? Let's create div because it should be working. Div navbar. We should have that text. I don't have border as well. Oh, I got it. Why it's not working? In the default here I have to write that navbar, and let's save that, and see now we have that navbar, and within the navbar now let's see the, here we will have the logo, and here we will have the search part, and here we will have the user menu and logo. Now for logo let's have that within the page and public. Let's have that. So let's move that. We will use this logo as well, so let's move these two at the same time within the public. Within the public. Yes, close this one, and let's now let's create within the navbar, within the components within the navbar I can say logo dot view, and I can say vbase tsap, and here I can say image, and here I can say simple logo dot svg. Is it logo dot svg? No, logo dot png. Logo dot png, and here you can say class and hidden. Out of that I can say md blog on modern it should be block, and then we will have the cursor pointer, and width should be 150 pixel and height 50 pixel. And let's save that, and within the nav bar let's import that. I can say nav bar logo, navbar logo, and let's format and let's save that, and we should have that logo. Yes, we have that logo. And after the logo, let's also upon click I can say navigate to home page. Let's save that. And navbar logo, after the logo, we should have the search.view, and within search.view we will have the here before creating this we need another package, which is basically Nuxt module. We will use Nuxt icon. I can show you nuxt.com. Not here, we already have that. And within here I can go to the modules integration, and here icon, I can select an icon, and let's click on that, and let's copy that. We'll need that, and let's close that. Let's install this, and next step is to obviously import this in the module. And let's come to the next config, and let's paste that, and let's save that. And now we can use this icon by we can select the different, we can search, by the way you can search icons here. Let's click on that. Here we have all types of icons. You can select any type of icons here. So here I can say search, but I don't like this, it's very difficult. But let's come here, iconify. I can come here, let's browse icons, and here I can search, and it will give me the errors, or it will give me the different icons. I can use any of that. So here you can search any type of icon. I highly recommend this website. It's very beautiful, and you can find any type of icon here. And now let's come here, and obviously let's start this thing. Let's close all of these files because we don't need. Yeah, within the search I can say, I can simply paste. It's pretty simple. Here we have some styles, then we have the flex. First let's save that, and I can show you within the default, not within the navbar. I can come here, and here I can say navbar search. Let's save, and let's run the yarn dev. And now let's see, here we should have that. See, we have that. All those styles are messed up, but I can, if I add another div here, it will be fixed. Styles are messed up, I can fix that. Within the container I have to write another. Here I can say div flex. Now control, and here you can say class flex, and it should be item should be center, and justify should be between, and here I can say gap should be 3, and I can say on empty gap should be 0. And let's move these 3 on top, and here I can say div. Let's save that, and let's come here. Now it is fixed, and now I can explain the styles here within the search. So border, we have the border and shadow for overall div. Then we have the, if you see, rounded as well. And now within that we have the flex, it, if you see, we have justify between, so that's why they are now here we have flex, and we have main 3 childs for that. If you see anywhere, that's why they are evenly between, because we have the justify between, so they have even distance. And after this is the simple text, and here we also have the simple text, and then we have this div, and here we have the icon as well. So that's why here we have the big thing. So After that, now let's create this user menu, and here I can say user menu, and here within the user menu I can say vbase, and here I can say const user is equal to use user, and we will show the different stuff based on the user status. I can say class is equal to relative, and after that class flex row item center gap 3, and within that here let's write that, and let's save and let's add so we can see the in real time. I can come here in the here, and instead of this div I can say nav bar user menu. Let's save and see, this is how it will look like. And in the user menu I can come here, and after that let's come to the ShadCN, because we will use the drop down menu. I can come here, ShadCN, yeah, here we have that, and within the components drop down menu I can click on that. It will be, yeah, see, this we will create this that. So let's copy that, this whole stuff, drop down menu, let's copy that, and now instead of this one we'll simply, let's see the first, let's see the preview. Open, let's save that, and let's come here. So this side will look, let's click on that. Okay, and this is how it will look like. And now let's obviously adjust this according to our own need. I can simply here I can say, and here we will use the, first of all let's here write, because we will use the button, so here I have to write as child and button, and within button the variant will be ghost, variant, here I can say variant, and for variant we will use the ghost, and here we will have some classes, and we have some classes, and then we will have the size, and for size, and here we have the size, and for size I can say sm, and here I can say, now here we will have two things. If we have the user, then we will show the icons, otherwise we will show the sorry, if some user have the image, then we will show the avatar of that. If we have the, otherwise we will show the icon. So I can simply say, first let's use the icon, and here we have the simple icon and name is this. Let's save that and let's see the preview. This is how it will look like, but obviously we have to add here icon or the image based on the user status. I can simply say, I can simply paste that here. If you see, first of all this image will be, if even if user have the image, it will be hidden. Basically this div will be hidden whenever we have the, whenever we are on the mobile version, so that's why on empty. And here I'm checking user, and so it is giving me the error. It is saying we don't have image name. So why it is happening? Although we have, for the user we have name and image. Let's come for that, let's come to the server. Within the server let's come to the utils, and within the auth, and here if you see we are exposing only GitHub ID and email, and that's what, if just try to see, if I write here GitHub ID, it will work, GitHub ID, it will work, and same for the email as well. If I say email, it will work. So it means I have to expose that here, so I can right here I can say let's see another thing. If I come here within the callback, what exactly I'm writing about our URL. Oh, I'm not writing that. And here I can say image, and let's write image, and after the icon I can write that, and obviously we don't need VLs. And let's save that, and this is how it will look like. So we have the menu and then this thing. And now within this menu content and within the label, let's write the email. Let's remove this, and here I can say, and here I can say user dot email, and user dot name, not email. No, yeah, email. Let's save that, and here we have the username of that which is logged in. If you see, you can check that here from here. And here now let's remove all of these, and here let's show different stuff. I can say template, and I'll check if we have user, and let's show this stuff, and otherwise we else, and here I can say we else, and here I can say, let's say obviously let's change some stuff here, login, and let's show the different stuff. See, I'm logged in, right? And if I log out, this how it will look like. Oh, let's refresh. If I see now, this how it will look like. So let's remove this. There is no use of that, and so it means it's working. One thing, and now let's write the real content here, which is that I'm just simply copy pasting that one thing I just added. I just have to add, because otherwise we will face the error, which is this one and this one. Yeah, so we have simple drop down menu items, and we are navigating to the different pages based on the route. And here I have to create the logout for logout, and login, and register and login. So logout for logout, let's come to the index.vue file, because we have not indexed within the pages index.vue, and here we have this logout, and let's copy that logout, and within the user menu I can simply paste that. Also, if you remember, we were facing the error although we were logged out, but still we were seeing the different stuff. So here I can say user dot value is equal to null, and let's save that, and now let's sign it with GitHub. And now here, if we see, we have that log out my trips. Now if I log out, now we have the login and register. So navbar is done. Now let's create the categories view. Before categories UI, we will create the Auth UI. So sorry, let's create that. Within the first step is the create the model, a general model. For that, I can come here within the components, and within the app I can say model dot view, and here we will use the dialog. So let's come here, and I can come here dialog, and here, and let's use this. Let's copy that, let's copy that, let's copy, and let's paste that. Not like that, vbase ts let's and let's remove, we will not use the dialog trigger dialog, and here we will use the open, basically open, and we can pass here boolean value. So we will create that our own. So for that, let's create the, because we will have the props our own, so let's create the interface for that. This is that is open title and description, and after that let's define that. I can say const props is equal to define props, not define props, define props, and here I can say model props and model props, and after that I can say const emit is equal to define emits, and here I can say close, and after that I can say const is model visible is equal to computed, and here basically we will have the writable computed, so that's why we'll use get, and here I can say return props dot is open set, and inside we will have the value, and here I can say return, or not return, I can say emit on close, and here we have the comment, and is model visible, and yeah, that's it. And here I can pass the a is model visible here within the open, I can write that, and here I can say on close on update, whenever update model is open value is updated, we should emit the close method. I can say append on close, yeah, and here within the dev header I can give some classes class, and here within the classes let's add some classes for title and description. Let's see, write that here. For title, we if we have title then show the title, if we have description then show the description, and here we will not have any kind of footer, let's remove that, and here within the content we will have the simple slot, and let's save that. And now within the components, now let's use this model. Obviously for that let's create within the components, I can say navbar, not navbar, I can say auth, and within the auth I can say register dot view, and here I can say vbase, and I can say const simple is open, and let's say f2 for that, and true, and here I can say instead of div I can say app model, and here now we can pass the different stuff, and here this v open, and for title I can write that description, and on close let's create that, and I can say const on close is equal to, and here I can say is open dot value is equal to false, and here I can say login. Let's save that, and for in order to show this I can come here within the default. After that here I can say auth login, auth register, sorry, not login, I can say auth register, and let's say come here, and we should have that. If I come here, see we have that, and if I click on that it will be closed. So now let's fix this thing. obviously not fixed, obviously it's working, but basically as we will be opening this from a lot of places, because whenever user is not logged in we will be opening this model. So that's why we will create the composable, so we can see so we can control the opening and closing of this model based on different statuses. So let's create the composable. Use register, use the register dot ts, and within the register schema we can simply paste that. Here it's simple, pretty simple. Just keep in mind here one thing is important: this state should be within, it should not be within export default, it should be at the top. Why? Because if we create that within export default, basically this instance will be created wherever, for example, composable is basically to reuse the script code, right? The, for example, whatever we code right here within this script setup, if we want to reuse we can create the composable. So whenever we will use this composable, each composable will have its his own state or his own instance. But when we do this way, this will be basically, you can say, independent, and it will be created only one time. So it will be, you can say, reused in every components wherever we will use this composable. So you can say this kind of act as the global state. So that's why we are using this way. Here we are just converting that to ref, and here we have the simple method where we are just changing the different name. I can save that, and now let's come to the here in register, and here instead of this, and here I can simply say, and here I can say simple. I can just simply import is open and on close value, and in is open I can pass that value, and on close, and we can also open that model as well. So in order to see that, I can come here within the, let's save that, and let's copy this one, and let's come here within the user menu. I can simply say, let's paste that, and I can, instead of this one, I can say on open, yeah, on open, and here in the register I can say on click, and on register I can say on open. And if I save that, now we can see, if I click on register, we have this model. Let's close that, we have that model. See, that's now imagine that if we have that within the register, how we can do that if we have here within the is open value. Can we open that from the from user menu? No, we can't control that. So that's why we created this composable. Now let's create the inner content for that, this register model. First step is to create this schema. So let's install that, because we need this schema. Let's copy this one, and within that we can create that here. I can simply paste that here. Here we need this art, and for register this schema is this, like this one. We have the Z object and email, password is required, name is required, and let's save that. And let's also import this register schema, and let's paste that register schema, and let's come to the register, and we can also write that here, register schema. And next step is to basically define a form. So we can copy that, let's copy that, and let's paste that. And yeah, here use form to type schema, and after that, yeah, here we have to use this one. I can say const, simply say this one thing. Here I have to write this thing as well, and here I can say, so instead of to type schema, let's close that, and here I have to pass this register schema, and here instead of form schema I say, yeah, form schema, yeah, that's it, validation schema, form schema. And here I can say initial values, and here I can say and name, password, and email, yeah. And after that, now let's create the form, and we are done with this step. And let's come copy on code submit, and form submitted. And now we will create the form. For inner content, let's come to the ShadCN website, and I can come to the form, and we can follow these steps. Either you can follow these steps, we have different details here, first, second, third, and fourth. We will do this one. You can check the first step. Basically it is describing, but I can come here and we can copy these three again and again. And let's copy this not this, we'll copy these 2 lines. Let's copy these 3 lines, and let's come here and let's paste that here. And now let's create this schema for register schema, because these components will be auto imported, so it means we need this schema. So I can copy that. After that I can paste that here, and now here we need the schema, but we note the, and let's paste that here, the register schema. See, form schema, your email, and here we have the email, password and name, and here we have the schema, form schema. And what's the next? We need this. I can copy that, and here I can simply paste that. Use form, we have form schema, and after that it's simple, we have the submit. I can simply write that, yeah, form submitted. Now I can come here and let's simply copy that, this form. Let's copy, and we here let's paste that, and let's save, and let's see the preview. I can come here, let's open register model, and okay, that's strange. I can refresh. Let's open the register, and here we have, and let's inspect, and if we see, we should have that. And console, let's close, and if we submit, okay, that why it's not working, I can show you. Basically here we don't have any username, so but here in name we are giving the username, so it should be name, yeah. And now it should work. It is also saying it is required. I can say name, and if I submit, it is still giving me the error. Although, because why it is giving me the error, because if you see, these fields are required, so we have error, but it is not showing because we don't have the content. So we have to create these 3 fields so we can see that. And here I can say simple, let's do name, and yeah, name, yeah. Let's form field, and here I can say name and name, because we need 3 fields. After the name, here I can say email, password, or email. By the way, we don't need this description, so let's remove that. And let's remove that. And here I can say name, and email, and here I can say password, and password. Here I can say password, and here we should also have the password, and let's save that. And here we I hope we will have the correct content, yeah. Now let's, if I submit that, we have all of the errors. I can say name, email, I can write that, and here I can say password. And if I submit, see, we have the email, password and name content. And now let's fix this. If you see, we don't have any kind of space between them. For that I can say, and I can say div class I can say space y6, and let's move that to the top. And here in the form field, and here I can say copy, and let's paste that. Yeah, div. Oh, that's strange. And here I can, let's move these three fields to the top, and here instead of 6 I can say 4, and let's save that, and here we should have the spacing. And now after this after this div, let's replace this content. I can show you what exactly is this. It's simple, it's pretty simple div. We have, let's, so now inside of this line we should have other content, which is this one. It's pretty simple. We have simple div, and within the button, within the div we have this submit button. After that we have HR line, and here we have the GitHub, and so we can implement the GitHub login as well. So, and here we have the already have an account. So let's see the preview. It's pretty simple. So here we have the button. Let's close that, and here we have the login. If we already, obviously we will implement the login model as well. So upon clicking on that we will open that. But here for the GitHub I can come to the login page, login, and I can come here, and here let's we will use the, let's copy that, register, and within that I can say let's paste that, and let's remove that, and let's move that on top, and let's paste that, and GitHub login will work. Let's click on that. It is working. That's why we are refreshing. See, we have that. Let's sign out. By the way, that why that was not working, because we were logged out by this button, and on this button if I come here into the index.vue file, see, we are not clearing the user, so that's why it is happening. So you can ignore that. And now if I come register, and now let's integrate the API instead of log in with. So for that obviously we have to create the API. Now after the login model, let's register model, let's also create the login model as well. It's pretty simple, and it will be just like that. So first step is to, let's duplicate, let's create another which is for the login. I can simply duplicate this one, and I can say use register, use login, user login, and here, yeah, it's same. We don't have to change anything, and here I can come to the register, and here we also don't have to, we just have to duplicate. I can say login, and yeah, and obviously we have to change the title and description. And now here obviously we don't need the name, so let's remove that for login. Email, password, submit, and here I can say don't have an account. I can say register, and register, and now let's close the name, email, password, and yeah, that's it. And obviously here instead of use register I have to say use login. And here obviously in layout we have to use that as well. I can say copy, and here login, and let's save that. And one last thing, within the user menu I have to use the login as well. I can copy login, and on open I can say login model, and yeah, use login. Yes, why it's not working? Oh, it will work obviously. It's you can ignore that because of the TypeScript. So I can say copy that, and I can click on that, click, and let's paste that, and now let's save. And if I come here and if I click on that, now we have the login model. And let's close, register model, and here in the login we have the login model. Now one thing here we have to implement is whenever we are clicking on that, we should be switching the models. For that I can create the function here. Let's close that, and here I can say const toggle form here I can say const toggle form, and for that I can say here I can simply say we will need the we require the register model as well, so I can copy that, and we have to create the we have to open the login, so that's why I can say on open, and on for login we will close that. So here in toggle form I can say on close the login model and open the register model. I can say on open, and let's save, and let's click toggle form, and here I can say upon click let's paste that, not like that. That's, yeah. So basically I am closing the login model and opening the register model on here. Oh, that's strange. Let's copy that, let's save that. Yeah, now login, yeah, register. See, we have the login. See, let's close that, click on that, login. See, we have the login model. So now let's also implement in the login method as in the register model as well. Let's copy that, let's come here, let's paste that, and here obviously we need the login as well. Let's copy that, and let's paste that here, and we don't need it, we just need the on open. Yeah, let's save that, and if I come here now, if I open the register model, if I go to the login, okay, oh, because we didn't, here I have to write the toggle form. I can say on click is equal to toggle form. Let's save that, and let's log in. See, we have the register model, and if I click, one thing I notice, I think we have the same heading and description for the register and login. So let's change for the register. This is the register model, so that's why let's change the description and title for that. And in register I can say title and description, create an account. Let's come, you see register, and if I click on login, we have the login button. Let's close that, and we are done. Now let's integrate the APIs for login and register so we can see the preview. For register and login APIs, let's come to the Lucia website, and we can copy the basic stuff from there. Here I can come to the username and password, and within that I can select the Nuxt, and after that I don't need these, yeah, here. So instead of this path, let's copy that, but instead of I will slightly change that. I can come here within the, within the server. I can paste this path, but before, after the API, I can say auth, auth and signup.post.ts. Now let's copy these two, and I can paste that here. And after that, instead of this form data, we will I will be sending in the query in the event form. So let's but before that, let's also copy this thing, export default, and here I can close. And after that, here now let's write const how we can read the form data. I can say name, password, and after that email, and here I can say await read body. So basically we will send the read body, and here we can pass the event. And now let's come here, and after that, let's copy these constant, this username password thing, and same hash password as well, this as well. So let's paste that, and here instead of this username, let's remove that, and here the password as well, because we have this password. So let's replace this username with email, not email, simple name. I can say name, and here I can say let's remove this because we don't need that. And invalid, another thing here, instead of message it should be status message, and here as well status message, invalid password, and yes. After that, obviously we have to check the email as well. I can copy this one, and I can say const control D, and another one I can say email. Now here, what's the next step? After that, we have the to do if check if username already is. So we can check that if we already have that, and for checking the existing user, I can say const as a existing user is equal to, in order to find that, I can say await db dot user dot find unique, and here I can pass object, and then where basically our email is unique, so that's why we will check by email. So I can pass the email. So this basically will return us the either null or the existing user. So I can here write the condition. If we have the existing user, then what should we do? Here they are not doing that, so I can simply say we can throw the error. I can say throw create error, and I can paste that here. I can say status message. In status message, I can write user already exist, and in status code I can 400 is fine. And otherwise, if we don't have user, what should we do? We should basically create the user. In order to create the user, I can say await db dot user dot find user dot create, and within the create I can pass the object, and within the object I can say data, and within the data I simply have to write ID, and which should be user ID. Just keep in mind, this user ID we are generating using the Lucia. They have this, and it's secure, you don't have to worry about. So after that I can pass the email, and after that I can pass name, and then I can pass the password. But in password it should be hashed password, because we are hashing this password, our own password, using this method. So I can say password should be hashed password. Yes. Why we have the error? Okay, why we have the error? GitHub ID is missing. Okay, I think I made the mistake. Let's come to the schema, where we have the schema. This GitHub ID basically should be optional. It should be optional, because for normal user we don't need this GitHub ID. So let's do that. In order to make this optional, I just have to write this one, and let's save that. But obviously we have to do npx Prisma generate, and after that I have to say npx Prisma db push. So let's do that, npx Prisma db push. It's done. Now let's close that, and now if I come here, we don't have error, and that error is gone. So now we are done with this step, and what's the next step after this user creation? We have to create the session. So let's copy these two lines as well. I can copy that, and after that I can simply paste that. And basically here, first of all, we are creating the session based on user ID, and then we are also here we are creating that here basically we are creating this session, and then we are appending that session to the cookies. So let's do that, and let's save. And now let's test this. I can come here within the register, and here within the submit form, let's come here where we are submitting the form. Let's remove this because we will not do by this way. I can simply here I can let's remove all of this, and here I can say simply async, and then I can say this is the method. Yeah, simple. And here I can write try catch block, try catch, yes, this one. Within the try block, do we have the loading? Yeah, let's create another variable here. I can say const is loading is equal to ref, and it should be false. And here I can say is loading dot value is equal to true. After that I can say const, here I can say data error, and after that I can say await use async data, and within that we can pass the key, but we don't need the key here. I can simply write the getter function, and within that I can use the fetch built-in Nuxt method. So here I can pass the URL, which is the API. So see, that's the magic of Nuxt. It is giving me the auto import for my API URLs. Now here basically I have to write the method. I can write method is post. So I can say post, even it is giving me the suggestion for the method as well. Now if I write here get, it will give me the error because this kind of URL don't exist. See, is not assignable to this. So that's the power. So now control D, yeah. After that obviously we have to pass the body as well, the fields. So I can say body. Oh, I think I made the mistake. I should not have deleted that. So let's cut that because we need that. I can control Z that. Let's do control Z. Yeah, here within that I have to basically adjust the different stuff. So here I can basically write that, and it's pretty simple. I just have to add here the async. It's just like that, and now it will work. I think I have to remove this bracket. Let's remove what I think something is missing. Now it should work. Why it's not working? Let's paste that now. And what is exactly missing? Where exactly we have the error? I can say async. Yeah, it is giving me related. I can say here write values. Oh, it is this. Obviously I have to define this again. I can say const is loading is equal to ref, and then here I can say false. Yeah, now errors are gone, and and after that here I can say I can check if we have some kind of error or not. I can say if we have error dot value. Here I'm returning something either or not. I don't think we need to return. Yeah, I think we have to return something here. So here I can say return true. Just simply, if we don't have any kind of error, I just simply have to return true because it's I think important. Otherwise, it can throw error. So that's why here I can say if we have error, then what should we do? We should be basically we have the toast component in the ShadCN. Let's see how we can use that. I can open ShadCN. I can come here in the components. Just to be clear, we already installed that, but we are checking how we can use that. Toast, where is that? yeah, here it is. So in order to use that, I have to install. We are done with this step. Now we have to import this in the app.vue file. I can come here to the app.vue. I can simply here I can write script, yeah, and set up language ts and then setup, yeah, setup. And within that, let's import, paste that line, and after that we have to use this toaster, and I can simply use that. After the layout, let's paste that. And what's the next step? Okay, we have to import these two lines as well. I can copy these two lines, and now let's save this one app.vue, and let's come to the register. And after this loading, I can simply paste these two, and now let's use the toast. In order to use here, I can say toast, and here we have to pass the basically title and description. I can say title, and title should be error dot value dot status code. We just have to convert to string because in title we have to pass the string, so that's why we are doing that. And let's format, and let's also copy this one, and here instead of title I can say message. So here I can say status message, and here let's replace this with the description, not the description, yeah, description. And we can also pass the variant should be the destructive, yeah, that's it. And now after the error dot value, else what should we do? Basically it means we don't have any kind of error and we are successfully registered, so it means we can close this register model. So I can simply say else. Here basically we should return that, because we should exit from this method if we face any kind of error. So that's why there is no need of this else, and I can simply say return and on close, yeah, I can close that register model. And here I can simply copy paste this toast here, and I can write that. And I just instead of this one, because this error is unknown, so that's why we don't know, and I just simply I can say error as string, because in this title we have to pass the string value. But I can remove this description because we don't know. This error is basically kind of general error. Imagine that we have some kind of typo mistake here, or some strange error, kind of unexpected error. So that's why we don't know what will be the type of this error, so that's why we are doing in this general way. And let's format this thing, and after this catch block we should have the finally as well, and within finally we should say is loading dot value should be false, yeah. Let's save that, and let's add the loader as well, because I don't think we are adding some loader. So in order to use the loader, let's here create the file app loader. I can say loader dot value view, and in that I have this pretty simple code. Basically we have the div, and we are centering, we have flex, and this is this pretty simple div svg, and I copied basically from this website. You can check that Flowbyte, yeah, this basically this svg, it's the, and you can check the spinner here, spinner, yeah. If I come here, yeah, basically this is the svg, I just copied that from here, and obviously I changed the color to our current color, and that's it. Let's save that, and we can use that here, as it will be auto imported. So that's why I just simply have to write here app loader, yeah, app loader, and here I can say class my5, and I can say v is loading, yeah, that's it. And I hope everything will work fine, yeah, it seems it will work. Let's save and let's run the project now again. Let's come here. So this is the current. Now let's try the registration. Currently, if we see we have only one user, which is the GitHub user. So that's why let's try to register, and we should have that user, which is the current one. So let's create that. I can say user1, and same for the email. I can simply say user1@gmail. Yeah, not 1 2. And password is basically password. So let's submit that. I hope we will be successful. Let's submit, and it seems it is successful. Let's close that, and let's see if we have any user. Let's refresh. We should have that. Yeah, we have the user. We are done with the registration, and now let's do the login. Let's come here. Within here I can simply, here we are doing the sign up, and for the sign in we have to do this. Well, we don't need this. Let's come here, and I can simply this duplicate this sign up post, and let's duplicate this. Let's click on that, duplicate, and instead of sign up I should be saying not, I should be saying sign in. Sign in. Yeah, sign in dot post dot ts. Yeah, okay, we don't have dot ts. Let's add that dot ts. Yeah, here we will not have the name, because in login we don't need the name. So let's remove the name, and yeah, now after these fields we have the name, password, and here we will check if we have the user. So here we are checking if we have the user, and here, yeah, here within here. So if we have here, it will be inverse. If we don't have any user, for example, if we don't have any user, then what should we will say? User don't exist, and here we should be saying 404, and yeah, that's what they are doing. Incorrect. Yeah, this should be the message. Incorrect name or password. Let's write that instead of this one. I can say incorrect name, incorrect email or password. Incorrect email or password, and status code should be 400. And yeah, in order to check the valid password we need this one. So obviously if we have the user, so after checking the user, obviously we have to verify the password as well, because there is no because current password was hashed one. So that's why we have to check the validation of the password as well. So we can I can just copy this one, and obviously we will not be creating the user. So let's remove that, and I can simply paste that here. I can say valid password. In order to check that, yeah, here existing user, why it is giving me string is argument of string is not assignable. That's strange. Oh, it's because of I think that. So I think, I don't know, it should not be like that. Here I can say simply say else, because we are throwing the error, and within that I can simply say this one. Okay, that's strange. Existing user dot password. That's strange. Oh, it's not within that password. Sorry. So it should be within the else block. Okay, that's strange. It is still giving me the error. Let's check the schema. Oh, okay. We have the string. We have the password here as well. Let's remove this whole thing from here from the else block, and here I can say basically it is the strange error. So here I can check the two conditions. If we have the existing user, first thing, and then I should be checking existing user dot password. If we have these two, then we should be checking the first. Yeah, that's it, and that error should go. Oh, it should be within that. I don't know why this is not working. Yeah, now it's fine, and that error, basically it's the safe, because this password here within the existing user. Basically the password, if you see, it's the optional field. You can check that in the schema as well. So that's why here we are checking either we have this field or not. So it's a good option, because sometimes this can be null, although it's not in reality. I don't think it's possible, because we are registering the user using the password. But still, why here we added the password as optional, because we are also using this model for the GitHub user as well, and for GitHub user we don't have this password. That's why. So now let's come here, and here I'm checking if we have the valid password. In order to check that, I just have to pass the existing password, the hashed password. Basically this is the hashed password, and which is basically stored in the DB. You can check that. If I come here, here is the password and it is the hashed one. We are passing that, and then we are passing our own password, and basically it will verify that. After that, if it's it will return us the true or false. If it's false, then we are saying incorrect password, and incorrect password I can say that. And after that, I think we are doing the same stuff, but let's verify that again from here. Yeah, we are simply creating the session and cookie. Let's come here and let's paste that, and that's it. And I hope we are done with the login API as well. And yeah, here we don't need this one, we don't need this one, and yeah, that's it. Let's save that, and now let's come to the register, and I can simply basically copy the submit function and also the store stuff as well. Let's copy the whole stuff from this onloading. I can copy that. Let's copy, and now let's come to the register, not register, login, and here let's within this submit function I can paste that. That's it. And here also obviously we need the app loader as well, so I can copy that. Let's copy that, and let's come to the login. Yeah, here let's paste that after this one. And now let's see what things I have to change. Obviously I have to change this. Instead of sign up, it should be sign in. Yeah, sign in, this one, auth sign in, and that's it. Because here we have the email and password, and yeah, that's it. Yes, yes. I think we should yes, we are closing that. That's it. That's it. Yeah, okay, that's it. No, only not only that, here as we are logged in, so it means we have the now user, so we should assign the user value as well. So for that, let's come to this middleware, and how we are doing that. Yeah, here I can copy that. I can simply copy this thing. Let's copy that, and I can come to the login, and after this if I can say here now, yeah, after if I can say simply this one, and here if we have the user, yeah, here we have the, okay, instead of data I can say response, and here let's, if we check if we have the response, and here basically it will either it will be user or not. So I can simply check if we have res, then I can simply say res, so we can assign the value to the current user. Yeah, that's it. And after that we are closing this model. Let's save that, and now let's see the if we login is working or not. Let's come here, let's open the login method. Here I can say simple user user1 @ email jar and password. Let's submit, and I hope everything is working. If I come here to the home, yes, see, we have the email and we have the ID as well, we have the email as well, and currently user is user1. So if you see, if I log out, I am going to login page. There is no purpose of that, because we will be using the model. So that's why let's come here in the middleware, not this one, the protected one. I can come here to the protected where, yeah, this protected one. So here instead of navigating to login page, we should be opening the login model. So for that I can come here to the register, and I can use this use login method. So that's, see, that's the purpose of, that was the purpose of creating that composable, so we can open and close these different auth related models from different places. So now I can use this composable here, and here I can simply say return on open, yeah, that's it. And same I think I have to do within the user menu as well, because here in that place we are also doing that. So yeah, here instead of navigating to login page, I should be saying on open. Yeah, we already have that. Let's close, and here I can say login model. Instead of this one, I can simply say login model. Let's save that. Yeah, now let's see if I come to see, I'm already doing, see, I'm logged out, so that's why it's not closing. If I close that and let's refresh, see, I'm in the home page, and home page is protected, right? So that's why it's always this model will be open. We obviously we can close that, but here we are doing that. So now let's log in. I can show you this again. Let's log in again, and if I submit, I am in the home page and we have this one. Now let's log out. Let's do the log out. If I do that, see that user is gone, and also we have this model, so it's working. Now let's do the categories UI. For categories, let's come to the utils folder because we need that. I can simply say I think it's server related utils. For client we have different and we don't have, so we have to create the utils folder. Let's close. I can confirm. Yeah, we don't have the utils, so let's close. Yeah, here in the root I can simply create the utils, and I can say index.ts. So basically here we have the same concept. These whatever we will create, the either it's the function or the simple constants, it will be auto imported in our client code. So I can simply paste that. These are pretty simple. Why I'm pasting that, you will have the code in the description. Basically with it's pretty simple. You can get the code. It's pretty simple. We have simple one label, then we have the icon, and then we have the description for each category. As these icons are it took a lot of time, so it will take some time to type, so that's why I'm just pasting that. If you want, you can I can show one by one, and you can maybe watch this thing and you can paste. You can pause the video and then you can write by your own, or I will also paste the link in the description for the code you can get from the code. But still I'm showing one by one, so you can if you want to write, you can write that. These are the icons names. For camping we have this one, for Arctic we have this one, for desert we have this one, for bound we have this one, and for Lux we have this one. Now let's save that, and let's create within the navbar, let's create the another file which is categories. Let's write categories dot view, and within that I can say vbase ts, and here we will have the, basically instead of simple div we will have the app container, and within that I can say simple div, and for that I can have the class, and within class we have different classes. I can say pt4, from the padding should be from the top 4. We have flags, and then we have items center, and after that justify should be between, and after that overflow x should be auto, yeah. After that, here we will have the category box. Let's create another okay, that is wrong. App container, it should be this one, and let's save that, and here we have the box. So let's create another file here within the navbar. I can say category box, single category, I can, instead of box, category dot view, and here I can say vbase simple ts. Here basically we have the category props as well, because we will be passing the whole category. I can simply write these props. Here we will basically pass the icon, label, and select it. Basically this will be either true or false. If it is selected one, then we will pass this true, otherwise it will be false. And after that I can simply say const props is equal to define props, and here obviously I have to pass this prop interface, and here, yeah, that's it. And now let's write the content of that. I can say class, and for classes we have the flex column. It should be call flex, and it should be flex call, and it should be items should be center. Justify should also be center. Justify center. Why you are doing this? Justify center, and then we have the gap of 2, and then we have the p3, then we have the border. From the bottom it is 2, border b is 2, and then on hover we should have the text primary, and transition. So we can have the transition and cursor should be pointer. Yeah, this one. And here let's write that we should have the icon, and icon name should be the props one. I can simply say name, and in name it should be the icon, and size should be 26. We can pass that, and here we should have the div where we should have the text. For that I can say class, and font should be medium, this one, and text should be small, sm. Yeah, and here I can simply write the label, text label, the one we will pass here. Yeah, let's save that. We will handle this selected. So first let's see the basic preview. I can save that, and now let's come to the here category, and here I can say Navbar category. Yeah, here, and we will basically loop through. I can say v for in categories. Yeah, categories. Yeah, if you see, although it is even if we don't do this, we will have that, it will be working. But for now let's import, so we can have the auto import. So let's do that, and I can say key for key. I can say item dot icon, and I can basically here pass the label. For label I can say item dot label, and for icon I can say item dot icon, and then selected. For selected I can say selected if category. Yeah, here for selected, let's come here. We can see basically for each click we will be whenever we will click on this single category, we will be pushing stuff on the route param. So that's why here we can check. I can say const category, single category, basically category is equal to computed, and within the computed I can say if it's use route dot query dot category, this one basically. If it is equal to that, then we should have the, it means that is selected one. I can say category, and here I can say if item dot label is equal to category, then it means we will pass the true, otherwise it will be false. So let's save that, and in order to see the preview, obviously we have to use this within the index.view. I can come here, and after this border I can say category, Navbar categories. Yeah, this one, and let's save that, and let's see the preview, and I hope it will work. Okay, we have error. I can come here where we have the categories. Yeah, let's come here. So this thing is giving me the error. Let's save now, and let's see the preview. Yeah, we have that. See, we have the categories. Now let's add this border thing based on the condition, and add the different stuff as well. Basically we will handle the click how we can do that, but this main thing is this is working. Let's come here, and let's come to the category, and here basically based on the selected condition I can add the different classes. I can simply say if it is selected, then border B, the bottom should be the primary one, and text should also be the primary. Otherwise, if select is undefined, the border should be transparent and text should be this one. Let's save that, and now let's see the preview. See, we don't have any kind of borders now, and if I add some category here, like the category, not this one, category, if I add that, if it's query params, then obviously it will be like this one. Yeah, let's add this, and you will see that this should be the countryside. See, this is the selected one. If I add the beach, yeah, if I add that, it is selected one. We will handle the obviously we will handle the click event later, but for now this is the selected one, so that's why the color is changed. We have the border transparent. So we are done with the categories UI as well. Now let's move to the Airbnb, how we can do that? We will basically create the model for renting our property. That model will have different steps, so let's move to that. For categories model, we need the following packages we will be installing. First one is Nuxt Leaflet. Leaflet is basically map library. You can check the documentation from here, view leaflet, and it has the module for the Nuxt, so we will be using that. Next package is basically the yarn view select, because we will be using that, and we will be using this view select package. Then we will be using this world countries package, and then we will be using the query string. We will explain the usage once we will use them. So first let's install them one by one. I can simply copy this one. How we can install that? I can say yarn, and I can come here. Let's close this one, and I can simply paste that. And next step will be obviously to add this within the Nuxt start config. I can come here, and within Nuxt config I can simply paste that, and let's save that. After that, we have to install this view select, and in order to install that, I can simply copy paste this one. Keep in mind it should be at the red beta, because this is for the Vue 3, otherwise you will be installing for the Vue 2 and that will not work. Let's come here and let's save. Let's paste that obviously, and it will be installed. Now let's come here in the world countries, and in order to install that, I just simply, I think with they don't have this command, I can simply copy this one and I will replace with the yarn. Let's paste that, and instead of this one it should be yarn add, and let's paste that. And now let's come to this query string. We will be using that as well. See how many people are using this one. It's so it's very useful. Let's come here, and they don't have the yarn command as well. So let's copy this one. So basically this will, why we are using this, it will be much easier to handle the our different queries, because we will be querying different stuff, the size, the it will be easier to handle the different queries, so that's why. Otherwise it's a lot of there are a lot of complicated things involved, so I don't want to handle natively, so that's why. Let's copy that. By the way, if you have the native solution, you can tell me. I didn't find any, so maybe I can learn something new. So let's add this one as well. Yarn add, and let's add this one. For rent model, first step is to create another composable for that, just like the auth. So I can come here, and here let's simply duplicate that. I can say duplicate, and here obviously I have to say use rent model model.ts. Yeah, that's it. And now let's close all of these extra. We don't need this one. After that, let's create another folder here. Within the components, I can say rent, and within the rent, let's create another file which is the model. I can say model.view. Here I can simply say vbase ts, yeah, and within this model, let's copy paste from the login, because we will use a lot of stuff from here. Let's copy that and let's paste that here, simple. And obviously we will be removing a lot of code from here. We don't need this whole stuff. Let's remove this. And here in title I can simply say Airbnb your home, and let's keep the description as empty, and let's remove this one. And let's remove this register model, and here instead of from the use login, I should be say use rent model, and we don't need this form schema, so let's remove that. Yeah, let's remove this one as well. And is loading, we need that. Let's move this to up. Toast, we need that. So here instead we will have this simple method. So let's remove this all of this code. Let's remove this code and let's keep that, and yeah, that's it. And here let's cut this block, and here I can simply say async because it will be async function, and here I can simply say this, and let's paste that. Yeah, that's it. And let's remove this method as well, and yeah, I think it will work. Obviously I can say rent model here. Let's see how it will look like. Rent model, and now let's use this one in the default layout. I can say default. After this model I can simply say rent model, and let's save that. And in order to obviously how we can see this, how we can open and close, for that I can come to the user menu, and here let's also write here, copy that, and here I can say rent model, yeah, rent model, and here I can say that use rent model, and I can open this on whenever we click on Airbnb your home, on click, right, this one, and also we have another here as well, Airbnb your home. Let's paste that, and I hope it will work. Let's run it. Let's run the project. Yeah, there. So let's close all of these, and let's see the preview. This one here. Let's refresh, and it is refreshing. Let's close this one, and if I click on that, see we have this model, Airbnb your home. Obviously we should not have this description. I don't know why we have that. And if I come here, yeah, model, we don't have this one. Let's remove this one, and we should not. So now let's add the steps. In order to see the steps, what should we be doing? Let's I can show you the existing project. So this is the existing project. So basically currently we are done with the obviously UI, these categories, and these steps are remaining for, but these are the first step is to create the UI for these categories. Then we will have obviously this map. So that's why we install the basically the world category, world countries package will be used here, and map package will be used here. But let's focus on this first step. So let's create that, and for that I can come here obviously here, and then in the code. So here after that I can say first step will be, I can say const. So here we will create the basically the steps, and I can say reactive, and here I can say basically we will have the different steps, and for each step we have the different values. So I can simply paste that. For category, then we have the location, then we have the info, images, description. We will cover one by one these steps. After that we have this one here. Basically the step is basically here, step will be referring to the number. Currently it will be the 0. And then basically here what exactly I'm checking, we have the action label based on the different. If basically if we are at the end of the action label is basically, I can show you, action label is basically referring to this text. I can, if I go to the next, at the end I have the create. So that's why here if the step value is equal to the price, this one, then we should say create, otherwise it should be the next. Then same goes to the secondary label as well. If it's the first step, then it is undefined. So there is no, if I go back to the, let's close this one, and if I see, oh sorry, see it is here where there is no purpose of showing the back button. So that's why it is, if we are at the first step, then I'm saying this secondary action label should be undefined, otherwise it should be the back. And on back, whenever we are clicking on the back, I am just saying the step value should be one step ahead, just removing, subtracting. Currently it's 1, then it should be 0 whenever we click. If it's 2, then it should be 1. And on next I'm just plussing, I'm just adding that. So after that, after these actions, now let's here as we will be selecting the category first, so I can define const category is equal to ref, and here and here let's after within that here I can say, so here I can say div, and it will be basically based on the condition. Here I can say v if and if step is equal to steps dot category. If it is equal to that, then show different stuff. Then if it's price, then show the different stuff. So first of all, let's cover this one. So here I can say, here we will have the basically, if I come here we have this title, not this one. Here we have this title and description, and it is kind of dynamic. So that's why let's create the component for that. And for that I can come here, and here I can say heading dot view, and here I can say vbase. So within this script step, obviously we need this title, subtitle, and center. If basically we have to pass that. So here let's assign the different classes. Here I can say class, and it will be basically dynamic. So I can say array, and here I can say center. If its center is true, then we should have the class text center, and else it should be text left, and here I can say div, and class should be text 2xl and font bold. And here I can say title, and after the title and div, and here I can say, and here I can say font light, and after that I can say text neutral 500, and empty should be 2, and here I can say description, not description, subtitle, and let's save that. And here I can come here in the model, and here let's write the app heading, and here I can say app heading, and here I can say title, and within the title let's copy that, and here I can say subtitle, and here I can let's also copy this one as well, and I can say paste that. And after the subtitle, obviously we don't need anything, and if I save that and if I come here, see we have this title, we have the subtitle. Now let's define the bottom stuff, and for that after the here we have the category input. Let's create that separate component for that, and here within the rent model I can say category input, category input dot view, and let's save that. So it's pretty simple. We have simple div, and if you see, it's pretty simple. We have some icon. Basically we will pass that from the this model component. So let's save that, and so let's see how we can use that. I can simply come here, and here I can say, and here I can say div, oh sorry, after the app heading I can say div, and here I can say class grid calls to, and after that the gap should be md on md, gap not gap, grid, basically grid calls should be 2, and by default it should be 1, and the gap should be 3, and the height should be, maximum height should be 50 ph, basically maximum height. It should not be longer than that. Then overflow by should be auto, and after that, and here I can say div class call span 1, and here I can say v for and item, and here basically we will use the same category, so that's why I created within this utils folder here, and here I can copy that, and categories, and here I can say key and item dot icon, and now let's paste that rent category input. Yeah, that's it. And here obviously we have to pass the title and label, and here I can say label, and I can say item dot label, and here I can say icon and item dot icon, and here I can also check selected, if selected based on the if category is equal to item dot label, and on click what should we do? On click I can say category is equal to item dot label. Let's save that. So basically upon clicking on single category, we are just assigning that category because we will have that label value right here, and if you see here we have the category here, we are I'm just assigning to that, and on I'm just passing this selected as boolean value. If the current category label is equal to the current category, then it will be selected, and based on the selected, if you see where we have that, yeah, category input, we have the different classes, and then we have the item and icon. Let's save that and let's see the preview. See, if I click, it is selected. If I click this one, this is selected. If I click, this is the selected one. So I think I have to add some margin here as well, so let's add that. So here I can add the class, and here I can say flex call, and here I can say gap 8. Let's save that, and yeah, now it's fixed. Now add the bottom stuff as well. After this div, I can say div, and here I can say class flex call gap 2 py6, and here I can say the buttons for but I have another div class flex, and I can say items center 4, and width should be full, and here based on the we will show the next and secondary button. So let's paste that, and basically I'm checking if we have the action secondary label. If you see, secondary is either string or undefined, so that's why if we have that, then show this button, otherwise and upon clicking, otherwise we will not show this button, and variant is outline, type is button, and we have this simple class, and here for this one we will always show that because it's not undefined, we have different text. So let's save that, and this is how it will look like. If I click, we will have the not error exactly. Basically I'm writing that I can simply here, if I can add the another condition, let's click on that, let's paste that, and here I can say instead of category it diverts the location. I can say location, and here I can say location. If I save that, and now if I do the next, why it's not working? Let's refresh one time, let's close, and let's inspect if we have any error. Let's click on that, and if I do the next, that's strange. Oh, now I got it. Upon click on that, I'm doing the submit button. I should not be doing that for now. I should be doing the on next. So let's click that and let's do that. Let's save that, and if I do next, see that is working. If I do the back, that's working. Now let's do the map stuff. For that, let's come here and I can create here the after the rent I can say map.view vbase. Before creating this map, let's because if you see we have if I come here, if I next, we have this select button where we are selecting the country. So let's create that. I can come here in the model, and this I can simply come here, and here first of all let's do this app heading. I can copy that and let's paste that, and here let's write this title, and here I can paste, and here I can say helps guest find you. I can copy that and let's paste that here, and after this app heading I can say no, first let's define the type, because for category, where is that? Yeah, after the category let's write const location is equal to ref, and it will have the two types, null, or here we have to define the type, which is the country. Select country, simple country, it's fine, and by default it will be none. Now I have to create this type, so in order to create that I can define the type, and for types I can create here the file. I can say types, and then within types I can say index.ts, and for the country we have the following type. So this will be the type of the country. We have the flag, label, latitude and longitude. It will be the number array, and then we will have the region and value. Let's save that and let's import that here, and I can say import type from types country and yeah, location and country. Yeah, now let's here define the select, and in order to use that select, let's come to the view select. We select view npm. Let's come here. So we need this one. Let's copy that this line and let's paste that here. Now let's come here, and we also need this one as well. Yeah, this one. Let's copy that and let's paste that here. So it will be without simply v select, and yeah. Now let's come here, and after the app heading I can say we will use the client only component, and otherwise we can face the error. And here I can say v select, and here I can say v model, and here I can say location, and name is equal to location. So basically here we also have the pass the options. For options we will use the world countries, and for that I can come here within this rent model, and here I can create that. Let's import that from the world countries. I can say import countries from the world countries, and after that if I come here within the world countries package, if I come here npm world countries, oh sorry. So we will have these there, we will have this kind of response. So but we don't need all of these fields, so we can filter out. So I can simply say after this I can simply say this one formatted countries basically, and I can I will just simply map that, and I need only these. For value we need this one, for label we need this one. If I can show you basically this one, if I can label country.name.common. So if we have this country.name.common, so that's why I'm using, we will have this kind of response, right? But that's why country.name.common, that's what the label is. You can also use the official as well, so but it's that is the common one, so that's why I'm using that. and same goes to the flag, latitude, longitude, and region as well. Latitude, longitude, you can check that. Where is that? Yeah, here it is. It is basically the array. So we are just assigning that, and here now I can say simply I can also have that formatted countries, and here I can say countries, countries, and formatted countries. And now we also need another method, which is the, so we can using the value. So basically here we will pass the value, and then we will get that single country, because here we will have all the countries, and if I pass any value and if I want single country, we will get using this method, and I can also return this function. Now let's come here, and so here I can also import those two methods. I can say countries and get by value, and here in options, here I have to pass the options countries, and here within that I can simply say template and vslot, and for vslot basically we will use the slot should be the option, and here I can use the single country. I can say country not, yeah, control Z and template, and here basically we are customizing the option, so that's why I'm doing that. And then here you can say div class flags, not flag, I can say items center gap 3 text ld, and within this I can say div, and here I can say country dot flag. After that here I can say country dot label, and after that I can say span, and let's give some class text neutral 500 ml1, and here I can say country dot region. So let's save that and let's see. I hope it will work. So let's close this one, and if I come next, that's strange. Now it is refreshing. Let's see now. Next, yeah, see, this is the, now let's also customize this color. In order to customize that, because we are not using any blue color, so I can do that. I'm just pasting these lines of styles. Basically you can check the complete and documentation within this package, obviously Vue select. So I don't want to waste time, so that's why I'm doing that. So I copied all of the stuffs from here, and I already explored in detail, so that's why I know this is how you can do it, and you can check, they have the detailed documentation. So let's save that, and I think it will work. So if I come here next, and if I see, this is the color and it is working fine. If I select Afghanistan, see, we have the Afghanistan now. Now let's also implement the map. So for map I can come here. So where here we will, first step is to pass the props. So we can define that interface props, and here I can say center. So here we will have the center, and it will be the optional. I can pass the number array, basically latitude and longitude values. We will be passing that, and here I can define the props const props is equal to define props and that's it. And here we will have the icon width, const width is equal to 50, and we will also have the height as well. Sorry, I can copy that, and here we will have the height as well, and we also have the icon as well. Const icon is equal to ref, and it's this one. If you remember, I told you you can get this icon. Yeah, we will use that. So I can simply copy the name, and let's close, and here I can simply paste that, and it should be the like this one. So why I'm doing that, why I'm not directly using as image, because I was facing some error, and by this way it was working. And then we will have another thing, which is the const size icon of the size icon. I can say size is equal to computed we can return that array, and here I can say icon width dot value and height dot value. So now let's come to the leaflet. Let's close that, and nuxt.com integrations, it will be modules, and here I can say leaflet leaf, yeah, leaf, yeah. Let's come here, yeah, let's copy that this whole thing, and I can simply paste that, and here in div let's assign the class. I can say class, and it will be height 335 vh, and after that it should be rounded lg, and also v should be full 100%. And for zoom, if we have the center, then we will see the basically zoom value is the 6, and the for the centering, this basically this position we have to pass the center value. I can copy that, and here I can say it will be basically, if we have the center, if we are passing from the props, if we have the, if you see it is undefined or number array, that's why if it exists then it should be the center value, otherwise it should be by default, we can say this should be that value, so it should work. Why it is giving me the error? That's format. After this tile layer we will use the marker as well. For marker, let's see if we have that, or I can do that by own, because I also research on this thing, so you can use that. After tile I can simply say L marker, we have L marker, yeah, this one, and within that I will see if we have that if center, if we have the center value, then show that, and also latitude longitude should be the center. I can pass simply this value, and within that I can show the icon, and for that I can say L icon, and within that I can pass the URL icon URL, and here I can pass this icon URL, and after that for icon size I can say icon size, and here I can say icon size simple size, yeah, that's it, and I hope it will work. Let's save that, and let's come here in the model, and after this client, let's write here, after this client only I can write for the map as well. I can simply copy paste that and rent map, and here we are passing for the center. If location exists, then pass this latitude longitude value. By default, if you see the location is undefined, it's empty, so that it's a null, so that's why in map component we pass this thing as well, it will be undefined. So let's save that. Those errors will be gone once you know these are TypeScript related errors, and if I do Control Shift P or Command Shift P, if we reload the window, those errors will be gone. See, now we don't have any map related error, no error gone. So now let's check that how it is looking. If I open that, and let's select the windmills, and if I move next, see we have the map. Let's select the country, let's select this Afghanistan. See, it is automatically zoomed in to Afghanistan. If I select the Arabia, it is, now let's select the United States, United Arab Emirates. See, this is the Dubai. Now let's select the, we can search that as well. Let's select the Pakistan. We have the Pakistan, these are the Pakistan cities. So it is working fine. And yeah, now let's move to the next step, which is, what is that? Next step, what is next step? If I come next, we have to create this counter. So let's move to that. For counter, let's come here, and I can copy this location step. Let's copy that, and let's paste that, and I can obviously remove this client only section, both of them, for map and for this otherwise. And now let's copy this title and description from here. For example, if I click on that, okay, let's log in. Basically this is the developed. So let's come here, this is the developed version. So for counter we need this title and description. I can copy that. Let's come here, and here in the title I can say this one, and for description I can copy that, and let's paste that in the subtitle. And now let's create this counter. For this counter, first of all, let's define these three variables. For that, just like the description and other stuff like location, I can say const guest count is equal to ref1 by default, and let's copy control D 2 times, and instead of guest here it should be room, and at the end it should be bathroom. Yeah, let's save that. And why we have the error, let's save that. And don't, there is no, yeah, let's save that and let's see the preview. If we have, I can come here and let's see if I do Airbnb your home, if I do next, okay, here I have to add the condition. So if we have, after the location, what's the step? If we have the info, so I can simply say if it's info, then show that, share some basic about your place and what amenities do you have. Now let's create the counter. For that I can come here within this rent, let's create another file which is called counter.view, and it's pretty simple. I can copy paste, it's pretty simple. I can explain one by one. First of all, we have some props here, and from props we will pass the title, because if I come here, if you see, for each counter, this is, you can consider this as single counter. For each counter we have the title and subtitle, so that's why we have to pass the title and subtitle, and then we have to pass the value which we will be showing here. So we have to pass that, and we are showing that basically here. For title we have this one, and for subtitle we have this one, and for the value we have this simple value. But then we have this add and subtract button. So basically on subtract button we are calling this on reduce method, and on adding we are calling this plus button. So we are calling this method on clicking on this plus button. So what exactly we are doing on these methods? On add method, I'm just simply omitting the change event. We will see how we will be using this event. Let's see, first of all, here I'm just adding the props.value plus 1. So the value we got, for example, the default value is 1. So whenever I will press here, see, we are emitting this change event, and here we will pass the 2, and same goes to reduce. But in terms of reduce, if we will check if we have the props.value is equal to 1. If it's 1, we should not be reducing that to 0, or we will simply return that. Otherwise, for example, if it's 2, then we will subtract that value. And now let's come here, and here after this app.heading, I can say rent counter, and yeah, and here basically you have to pass, it's the first one, so that's why let's copy this guess, and I can say title is equal to this one, and for subtitle I can say this one, how many guests do you allow. Let's paste that, and we need the value. For value I can, obviously it should be dynamic, so here I will pass the guest count, and now we have to see what we will do the change. On change, basically I will simply say guest count. So basically it will be, we will receive the value, so that's why we should have that value, and after that I can say guest count dot value, the guest count is equal to val. So basically this val will be the number. Yeah, now it's set. Now let's do the HR, because we will have the horizontal line at the end. So now let's copy that. I can copy and let's paste that, and now we will use this rooms. I can copy that, and let's pass these rooms in the title, and for subtitle let's copy this one, and I can paste that, this one here. And here instead of guest count it should be room count, and here as well I can simply say room count is equal to value. Now let's copy another time, and let's copy this one, and after this HR let's paste that, and this time it will be bathrooms. I can copy this title, and here let's paste, and same goes to the subtitles. I can copy that, and let's paste that here, and here instead of room count it should be bathroom count. Let's format and let's save that. And okay, here I didn't save, so let's save that, this one as well. And now let's come here, and yeah, it's working. So if I do click, yeah, it's working. It's pretty simple. So whenever we are clicking on this add or subtract button, we are just emitting the method, and in emit we are just passing the latest value, either by subtracting or either by adding the value, and here we are just reassigning that value to room count or bathroom, depending upon on which counter we click. So we are done with this step as well. Now let's move to the image step, which is, I can show you. Basically, if I go to the next, we have this upload image uploader, and here we will be using the Cloudinay. So for Cloudinay, let's come to this website. You can come here, Cloudinay, and this is the basically website. I will provide the link in the description, but still you can check that, cloudinay.com, documentation, and then this upload widget reference. So let's come here, and so basically here you can also check the complete example here as well, which is for the view. Let's copy that as well. Let's click on that, this view section, and we need basically this link. And for that, let's come here. I can come here in the Nuxt config. So if we want to use, let's come to Nuxt config.ts, yeah, this one. Here in the runtime config, we need two things. First of all, it should be public, and in public I have to add two variables, which are this Cloudinay cloud name and upload preset. We need these. I will tell you from where you can get that, but we need these two variables. And after this runtime config, I have to for script, I can add this section app, and after the app I can say head, yeah, head, and after the head I can say script, and for script I can basically add the array, and within the array I can use that link. I can simply add the object, and now let's come here in the here, and we can copy that. Basically for the source I can copy this one, and here I can say source, yeah, see it is giving me the auto suggestion as well. And for type I can copy that, and here it will be the text and JavaScript. So let's save that. Before saving this, obviously let's come here in the env as well, and here we have to add more variable as well. So these are the two: Nuxt public Cloudinay cloud name, Nuxt public upload preset. Keep in mind you should have the same name, otherwise you can face the error, because otherwise you have to change here things as well. So it's the Nuxt behavior. So this Nuxt public is very important. Nuxt public is very important, and this name is also very important, because that's how we define these things here. So basically it's the Nuxt magic. So Nuxt will automatically get the values. We will add that here. It will get these values from env to here. So it will be used. So now let's come here from where we can get these two variables, these two values. For that you can come to the Cloudinay, simple Cloudinay, yeah, Cloudinay, and here you can log in, or obviously if you are not logged in, if you don't have account, you can register. So for that you can use the GitHub or Google. I will use the Google. Let's select this one, continue. You will have this type of layout. So you can come here within this. After that you can come here in the settings. In the settings you can come here in the upload, and here basically you can scroll down, and here we have the upload presets. You can have you will have, maybe you have some defaults, but you can add the new one. I can click on add upload preset, and here keep in mind this name is very important. So this is the name, and let's copy that and let's paste that here. preset. And another thing which is very important here, it should be unsigned. Yes, it should be unsigned. And that's it. Yes, now you can save that. And for this, here you can also verify this is the newest one and it is unsigned. Yeah, keep in mind. And for this public cloudinary cloud name, you can get this one. This will be the cloud name, so you can copy that. And obviously you will have your own. This is mine, so let's also paste that here as well. I can simply write that. Yeah, these are the mine. But obviously don't use mine. Obviously I will delete them, so just keep in mind I will be deleting this. So you can face the error, so you should be creating your own. So now let's save this one and this Nuxt config as well. So after that, let's create the composable. I can create use Cloudinary .ts. And in order to see how what we will be using, let's come here and let's click on this view example. So here basically we can create the, here basically we will also need the use rent model composable as well. So I can say use rent model, and here we will need the two things, on close and on open. Yeah, after that here I can say const image URL is equal to ref simple string by default. And after that basically you can say export function use Cloudinary and within that obviously I have to return different stuff, so I can return, and within return I will be returning this image URL. And now let's come here in the example. So basically this is the function. So we already have these two, so I can simply copy this one. Yeah, this code, my widget. Let's copy that and let's paste that here. So here are, you can explore this if you want to crop, if you want multiple or this whole stuff, what is the folder name, what's the tags, whole stuff. You can obviously deep dive into this, but we will not be using this thing. So we need these two, cloud name and Cloudinary. How we can get that? Here I can say const, let's close this one. We don't, yeah, let's keep it here. So we need that. So here I can say const config is equal to use runtime config, and here in cloud name I can say config dot public dot cloud name. So it is giving me the auto suggestions, config dot public dot upload preset. So now we have that. So this Cloudinary is undefined, so this will be fixed, so you don't have to worry about that. So here I can add two more things. Maximum file should be one, and multiple should also be false. And here within the error, obviously we will not do this stuff, we will be doing the different stuff. We will be doing this thing. I can explain what exactly. So basically error on error, if we don't have any kind of error and we have the result, and result event is equal to type is equal to success, then we will be assigning this image URL, because in the result info dot scare URL we will get the exact image URL. So obviously you can log in this result. I can obviously log in and I will show you what exactly the things are happening. I can log this result, and here in the error as well, so we can explore the different stuff. Here I can say error, and basically here let's add it, so we can identify. I can say Cloudinary here I can say error, so we can identify what exactly going on. Yeah, so basically what in error we will check if result info is shown. We will close the basically rent model. I will tell you why we are closing and opening this model, so just wait. So for now maybe you can ignore that, this is for our own use. Main thing is this, we are assigning this URL, and basically here we have also have to create another function which is to open the because if you see we have to open the widget as well, so we have to open that here as well. I can say function open widget, and here I can basically say const widget is equal to create this one. Basically here we can basically say, okay, sorry, this the above this whole thing should be in the function, so I can simply cut that and let's create function which is function create widget, and within that let's paste that whole code. Yeah, and here I can call that create widget, and after that I can simply say widget dot open. So let's also this open widget, I can simply say open widget. We will be importing we will be exporting these two. Let's save that, and obviously you are I know you will you won't be able to understand this whole thing, but what exactly going on. So let's see in the live preview. I can come here in the model and let's create that. I can simply copy this one more time info, and let's come here, and here in info I can say image, and obviously we have to change the title and subtitle as well. For that I can come here and let's copy this title and let's paste that here, and for subtitle let's copy that and let's paste that here, and here obviously we don't need this thing, and let's save that, and let's come here, and if I do next we should have that. So let's click next, and we have this photo, and now let's add that button. So before creating that button, so let's import the composable stuff as well. So here I can say const, and here we will be using the use Cloudinay, and yeah, that's it. Okay, use Cloudinay, and here we will have the basically two things. First one thing is which is the image URL, and second thing is to open widget. Yeah, so now let's come here. It's a pretty simple div, so basically it's not this. So after that here it's a pretty simple div. We have this div, and upon clicking on that we are opening that, we are calling that this method, this Cloudinay method. Yeah, this, and what exactly here we are seeing, we have the icon is simple tabular open plus. If you see here this icon, this one, and then we have this simple title as well. But both of these icons and they both icon and this title we are showing when we don't have this image URL. If we have the image URL we will show the image, and we have the basic style for that. You can check that. We have some height and different stuff. So let's save that and let's see the preview. And if I come here, if I do next, so this is how it will look like. Now let's click on that. I think we have some kind of error. Let's inspect. So we have this error, and let's come here. If I see, okay, so that's why it's happening. See, I am creating the basically the widget here in this function, right? But I should be returning this widget. So in this widget we should have this created widget, so I have to return here. That's my bad. I can say return. In this function I have to return my widget. So in order to fix this, I know it's happening because of the Cloudinay So I can say ts ignore, sorry, I can say ts ignore, because we know this is the correct method. So here I can say any, and here I can also say any. Yeah, now all of these highlighted issues are gone, and I hope this time it will work. Let's do next, 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 and if I click on that, see, we have that widget. Now I can explain why I am doing this on close and on open stuff on this different status, different variation, because the error I was facing whenever this model was open. Maybe I can show you. Let's, if I don't do this thing, if I save that, so let's see what will happen if I click on that. So see, the we also have that model right behind the our rent model. If I click that here, so what is exactly happening? It's something wrong with this model. Although it is shown on at the top, but this z index is less than the z index of model. So uh, whenever we are clicking on here, it's not working. We are not basically clicking on this thing, we are clicking the previous behind model. So that's why strange things are happening. So that's why what exactly I am doing here, I can show you the different stuff here as well. Let me save that. So maybe I can show you. So just wait. See, if I have to click multiple times, because whenever I was clicking, we we had a multiple models, and I can show you what exactly going on here. So that, and if I click here now, next, 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 and if I click OK, error is undefined. Here instead of error, I should be showing the result, so we can have the status of that. I can say result, and if I click on that, obviously I have to do things again. If I click next, 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 and if I click now, see in the result what exactly we have this status of that info is shown, then it's mean our model is shown. Whenever we are showing this model, I'm closing that previous model, so we can do different stuff here. And now let's upload the image. You can manually drag and drop the images here. You can browse the local image. Even you can use this Unsplash as well. I can click on that. Let's connect to Unsplash because it's free, and you can search any type of image here. Let's search beach, and if I click, we will have the beach images. See, you can select any of it. Let's select this one, and if I do next, it is uploading. Yeah, I have to select different stuff here, and now let's upload. It is being uploaded. Yeah, it's done, and we have that. And yes, the image is uploaded, and now hey, see from where I get this image URL. So you can check that we have this result, and in Cloudinay we have the event. Even in within the info we have here this square URL. So this is the basically the URL we will be saving. I'm showing here, and we will also be saving in the database. So let's close, and whenever I will close, so upon, so we are I can also, we are done with the uploading of the image as well. So now let's come here. I can show you we should have that new image here as well. For that you can come here, not here, I have to close this. I can come here, I can go back, and so you can say we will be saving this URL, not this URL, basically this URL, not this one, this. So we will be saving this square URL in the database as well. So we can also see the our image here in our Cloudinay as well. We should have that. If I come here in the assets, our assets, we should have that here. See, this is the latest uploaded image. You can ignore this image because these are from the previous. So you can also get the URL from here as well. So you can check the different whole stuff. So now we are done with the image as well. Now let's do the next step, which is these simple text field, a title and description, and then we have the price as well. So now let's do that. For that, first step is to define the new, let's come here in the model, and first step is to define, let's define two new values here. I can simply copy this category one, and obviously it will be title and description. I can say title, and let's copy one more time, and here I can say description. Yeah, description. So now let's come to here. Obviously I have to another, let's come here and let's copy one more time this thing. Let's copy that, and here instead of images it should be description. Yeah, description. And now let's come here and let's copy these title and subtitle. For that, let's copy that, and in title I can say this one, and for subtitle let's copy this one and let's paste that. And obviously I have to remove because we need the simple text fields. And let's come here in the ShadCN. I can come in the components. Let's close these two because we don't need that. Keep in mind this is very important. You can also click on view for complete code example. Let's close these two, we don't need that. And here I can come here in the input. Yeah, input. We are done with, obviously we know we are done with the installation. If I see the preview, okay, we don't need that. It's form field, not this one. Yeah, here form. And for form I can simply basically, let's scroll that. Yeah, let's copy this whole field, form field. Let's copy that and let's come here. And after this app dot heading I can simply copy paste that here. And here obviously it will not be the username, it will be the title. Let's click control, here I can say title, and obviously we don't need this description. And here I can say title. Yeah, title. And let's copy one more time. Oh, we don't need this form message as well. Yeah, let's add the HR, and let's copy one more time this field and let's paste that. And here it is description. I can say description, and here as well description. Let's save that and I hope it will work. Let's come here, and if I do next, see we have this title and we have the description. Let's do now the final step, which is price. I can copy this one, this whole, and obviously I can paste that. And for that obviously here I have to say price. Yeah, price. And now let's come here. For the price we need this title. Now set your price, and I can simply paste that. And for description I need this one, and I can simply paste that. And here obviously we need only one field, so I can remove this one. And here also instead of here text it should be number. And for price here I can say price. And one more thing, so not one, obviously, yeah, after this it's one. So here I can say, let's scroll down and let's define field for price as well. I can simply copy paste, and here I can say price, and by default let's set the price to 10. So let's save that and I hope it will work. Let's come here and let's do next. Yeah, we have, okay, that's it. So we have the price here as well. So the strange thing is we should change the this placeholder. I can simply say 10. Let's save that, and yeah, it's working now. See, now let's create the API for listing creation, so we can integrate that API. For API integration, first step is to first of all to update the schema. For that I can come here and let's come here in the Prisma schema. Obviously we don't have listing model here, so let's create that. So for listing we have the following schema. I can basically explain. We have the ID, simple ID. Keep in mind we have to map this according to this string, and this we have to map this because in MongoDB we use this ID. You can maybe ask why we didn't did this here, because if you come here in the server, then in the routes, and then in the this in callback, we are generating this id using Lucia method. So Lucia id is different as compared to the MongoDB. So in order to fix that, we are using that's why here we are using the simple id in terms of mapping, but name is same. So that's why, so we are skipping this object id. So this was the solution to fix this. So after that, obviously we have to create the reservation as well. So each listing, obviously one listing, for example, consider as one property. It can be we can book this multiple times. For example, in a single year we can book, for example, every day can be booked, and obviously they will be booked by different people. So that's why we have the reservation as well. So now let's create the reservation schema as well. So for reservation schema we have this, and now we have these errors. These errors can be gone. Here I can say listings, and it will be listing array, and then we have the reservations, and we will have the reservations array. Yeah, now those errors are gone. Then for listing we have the title, description, image source. It's the string. Why? Because we will be sending the URL. We will be uploading this image to the Cloudinay. Then we have the created, and here we have the date time. Then we have category, the room count is number, bathroom count is number, guest count is number. Then we have the location, which is also string. Then we have the user ID, price, and that's it for the reservation as well. So for reservation we have the user ID, listing ID, start date, end date, total price, created at, and that's it. Now let's save that, and obviously I have to say npx prisma generate, and after that I can say npx prisma db push. Yeah, now let's create the API. So for API creation, first step is to, first of all, let's create another function here, which is to validate if user is logged in or not on the server side. So keep in mind here that we are checking this on the server side. So I can say const export const validate request, and here basically we will be getting the event, and the type of this will be h3 event. So yeah, here it is. So I have to remove this from here, and let's paste that after this one. So here instead of this I can simply say h3 event, h3 event, and here I have to say type, and it will be h3. I can copy, and here I can say. So after that, here I can check if event dot context dot user. So if it is undefined, then obviously we should be throwing the error. So I can say throw create error, and here basically we can say status message, it is unauthorized because you are not logged in, and in status code I can say 401. Yeah, so let's save that. Oh, it's not stack, it's status code. Yeah, let's save that, and now let's come here in the API. Within the API I can say listings, and index dot post dot ts, as it is the post request, so that's why we can do that here I can say export default define event handler, and here obviously we will have the event, so it will be async. So I can say async event, and then after this here I can say first let's call the await validate request method, validate request, this one, and the method we just created, and here I can pass that event because this event type is h3 event. And if you remember, we added the context here in the server middleware. We were adding that user stuff here, so that's why we were able to get this, here we were able to check that user status here, because in this middleware we are adding either null to the user or either the genuine user. So that's why in this method we are checking if the user is null. If it's null, then we should be throwing the error. So here before this request I'm checking if it is throwing the error or it's a valid request, user is logged in. So after that, okay, that's something is wrong, so it is saying it has no effects. So it means I made the mistake here. It should be here, it should be async function. So let's save that, and now that warning should be gone. Yeah, it's gone. So here basically we will be receiving a lot of values from front end side. So I can say is equal to await read body, yeah, and here obviously you have to pass the event, and here it will be title, it will be description. So let's wait, instead of this I can simply here obviously we have to pass that, and here I can say const listing is equal to await db dot listing dot create, and here object, and within object I can pass the data, and within the data I can say title, then I can say description, then I can say here we have the auto completion, so that's why I didn't write here. I will be copying that, I'm lazy. After that I can say category, we will have the category, and after that we will have the room count, and we will have the bathroom count, we will have the guest count, then we will have the location value, and then we will have the price, and then we will have the user ID as well. But obviously we will not be passing that from front end side. We will, here we can check that if event dot context dot user dot, yeah, if it exists, then what should we do? We should be adding that user ID here. I can move that up, and here I can say event dot context dot user ID, yeah, not this one, simple ID. So here obviously now let's copy these. I can simply copy all of them, and here let's paste that. And one thing I have to change, not the location value. So if I come here, instead of location value we will be sending the location. So let's fix this one. Instead of location value it should be location, and here I can simply say location dot value, because if we see here in location we have the country object and we have the different values. So we will be passing the object from the front end side, and then we will get the only value, because on backend we need only value. So that's it, yeah. After this we will be returning the listing, return listing, yeah, and I hope it will work. Let's save that. Now let's come to the model so we can submit the form, and here on submit, and obviously we have to call that on submit after this. So here in order to call the on submit method, so instead of here in on next I should be saying on submit, and obviously I have to check that condition here. If I should check if steps dot value is equal to if its cannot is equal to steps dot price not price. Yeah, if it's cannot is equal to, then we should be returning the on submit, return on next, not on I can say on next. Yeah, we should be moving to the next step, otherwise we can obviously submit that. And here in submit, is loading should be true, and after that here I can say const, here we can have the error, and it should be the, after error I can say is equal to await use async data. Yeah, and here I can obviously pass this method, and within that I can say fetch, and in fact we can pass the URL, and which is, we should have the suggestion here. Okay, I am not running the, so obviously let's run that, and we should have that suggestion. So yeah, now project is running, and if I do that, yeah, we have the suggestions, and here let's pass the method. I can say method is post. Yeah, it's post, and let's pass the body as well, body, and in body obviously I can say category. Let's copy that from here because we need all of these values, so let's copy that, and I can come here and let's paste that. Obviously I have to change the different stuff. In title I can say title dot value. In description I can say description dot value, and in image source obviously I need the image URL dot value, and in category obviously category dot value, and room count dot value, and bathroom count as well, same goes to bathroom count. I can say bathroom count dot value, and in guest count I can say guest count dot value, and here instead of, yeah, instead here we will be passing the location, so I can say location dot value, and in price obviously price dot value. Yeah, that's it. So now let's save that, and after that obviously let's see the error status as well. So here I can check if we don't have any error dot value, I should be saying toast, and we should say listing we are successful, so I can say title, and in title I can say listing created successfully. And after that let's also close the rent model as well, because there is no purpose of that, and I can say on close. Yeah, on close, and obviously before that we should be resetting the step value as well. I can say step dot value is equal to 0, and after that let's return. Yeah, here we will have another step, but it's to do, we should be refreshing the all of the listings. I should say refresh listing, so we will do that later once we will fetch the listings. So now let's save that, and hopefully everything will work. Let's come here, we can obviously test that. Let's refresh one time. So now let's try that. Let's come here, let's select the beach, let's do next, and let's select here Pakistan. Now let's do next, let's do 3 guests. Now let's do next, let's upload the image. Now let's come here to the unsplash, let's connect, and let's select the, I can say beach. Let's select this one, let's come next, and let's select the size here, and now let's upload. Yeah, it's done. Now let's do next, and here I can add the title. Let's do, instead of, I can say beach, let's copy that, and here as well. Now do next, and here let's add the 50, And now let's create, and I hope everything will work. Create listing created successfully. That's too fast. That's too fast. I was not expecting that much. So if we see the response, we have the listing, and we can verify that in the database as well. Let's come here. So we have that listing in our database as well. See, so we are done with the listing creation, and I'm not sure if you noticed these are not, our model was successfully closed as well. And now if I open that, I am in the first step. So this step is also done. So now let's fetch the listings. For showing the listing, first step should, let's create the API for that. So for that, let's come here, and I can come here in the, in the listings, and I can simply say index.get.ts, index.get.ts. Here I can maybe simply can copy this from this here, and let's paste that here. Obviously I will remove all of this stuff. Let's validate, and we don't need to validate because it should be public. Everyone should be able to see that. So let's remove this one, and let's remove this one as well. So here I can say const listings is equal to await db dot listing dot find many, find many, find many, and here within that I can pass the order by. So basically we will do the obviously advanced filtration here as well, but that will be later once we will handle the query params, and once we will have the reservation as well, but that will be the later stage. So here I can say created at, and it should be descending. And also here I will update the date as well. So I can say const save listings. The purpose of this is to get the date. Save listing is equal to date in the string forms. Currently if I hover on that, if you see date is in the date format, so we will convert that date into string format. So I can say listings dot map, and here I can pass the listing, and I can say listing dot and here I can say object, and we can return listing, and here I can say created at, and in created at I can say listing dot created and not category created at to ISO string, to convert this into ISO string. That's it. So here we will be returning the save listings. Return save listings. Let's save that, and now let's come here in the types, and let's create the new type as well. Here I can import the listing. I can say export type save listing, listing is equal to omit, and omit here I can pass the listing. So we can import that from the Prisma, and in omit basically what we will do, the purpose of this is to just change the type. So here I can pass the created at, and then I can say and here I can say created at should be, I can copy this one, created at not double C is equal to string. So basically what exactly happening, what things are happening here. First of all, you can say I am taking, this statement is saying take whole listing without this created at. So you can say I am removing the, from this listing I am removing this created at type, and then what exactly I am merging this. So here you can say we have the listing but without created at, but then I am saying merge that with the created at. So again I am adding that created at property, but that type is changed, and new type is string. So first removing that, and then we are adding that, but we are changing the type. So that's what I know how we can change that. If you know the better way, please let me know. So now let's fetch that. For fetching, let's come here in the pages and in the home page. We can remove this, we don't need that. Here let's yeah, we need the protected, and let's remove that, and let's, here I can say const, and here we will have that, and here I can say await use fetch, and here I can pass the URL, and it will be listings, and obviously the method will be get. So here I can say method, and it will be get, yeah, get, and here obviously we can also pass the key as well. We will use that later. I can say listings, yeah, listings, and here I can say data. We will have the data, we will have the error, we will have the pending state, if it's pending or not. So yeah, that's it. We will, here we will have the data. So here if you see the data type is, in data type we have the date, but its type is string. So here I can pass that as well. Yeah, so now let's show them here. I can say pre, instead of like this one, I can say pre, and I can show those listings here. If we have that, we should be showing that here. So before that, maybe I can show the pending state as well. I can say pending, yeah, and here I can say data, yeah, and let's save that, and I hope it will work. So let's come here and let's refresh. Yeah, see, we have that. Let's refresh, so you can see that it's too fast. That's why we, you know, we are unable to, we already have that listing. Maybe I can open one more time so you can see that one. Yeah, this one, it is too fast. So now let's, obviously let's design the card, like in this, you know, see, we have that here, beautiful cards. So let's design this card so we can show that different stuff here. So for that I can come here in the components, and within the components I have to create another folder which is for the listing. So I can say listing, and here in the listing we will have the different components. And listing, let's create the another file which is card.vue. We will be using this card at multiple places, so that's why let's create that. And here I can say, instead of div, I can say card, and let's add some classes. I can say class call span1, and then we have the cursor should be pointer, yeah, cursor pointer. Then we have the, it should be group, so we can have the hover effect. Then we rounded should be XL, and then we have the border, and border should be 0, because ShadCN card by default have the border, so we will remove it, we will remove that. And shadow should also be none, because we also have the shadow as well, so we will remove that. After that we have the card content, and here I can add the class grid, and after that gap is 4, and after that we have the p, but p should be 0. And after that within the card content, here I can add the different stuff. I can say here we will have the image, so for that I can say class aspect should be square, and then width should be full, and then position should be relative, because we will add the heart icon, so that's why we need that. And our flow should be auto, no, not auto, it should be hidden. And rounded should be XL, just like the card XL. And then height should be 200 pixel, so we can say 200 pixel. Within that we have the image, so I can show that. And now obviously we need the image, so let's define the props here, because we will be passing that single listing here. So I can say, so for props we have this thing, so we will be passing the data in safe listing, and in safe listing we are importing from the types we just created. then we will be passing the disabled, which is boolean value. Then we will be passing the action label. I can show you why we are passing this action label. So for example, if I come here in the single listing, now for example, if I click on this my properties, we don't have. Let's come to the reservations. Okay, my trips. So we will have the different action label. If we have our own property, then we will be deleting that property. If we have the reservation, then we will be showing the cancel the reservation. So it's the dynamics, that's why we are doing that. And this action id we need to handle the favorite stuff. Favorite, we will whenever we will try to favorite that, so that's why we need that. So now let's say const props is equal to define props, and here I can pass the listing card props, and that's it. Yeah, now let's here I can say image. For image I can say data dot image source, and in alt I can pass the data dot title. And I can add the class as well, object cover, not contain object cover, and after object cover width should be full, and on group hover, what should we do? We should scale the image to 1:10. Yeah, and then we have the transition as well, and height should be full. Let's see this preview, and let's save that. And if I come here in the index, and so instead of this let's remove this thing, and let's remove this pending as well. Here I can say app container, yeah, this one. And within that I can simply say this stuff. It's simple, basically grid. And here I am saying if we have the pending is false, so if it's false, then show the listing card. Otherwise here we will show the different stuff, which is for now I can simply say loading. So let's save that, and let's see the preview. If I come here and let's refresh, see we have that. Let's refresh, see we have that. So now let's come here and let's extend the the card stuff. I can come here. Now after the image we need the heart, so for that I can say div, and it will be position absolute, so that's why I can say class absolute. And after the absolute I can say top, from top it should be 3, and from from right it should be 3. Yeah, that's it. And here we can create the heart, and for that I can come here in the app, and here I can say heart dot view, and within there that let's say base ts. So here I can say simple. It's pretty simple. We have the different icons. We will have the relative, and after that we have the heart icon, mdi heart outline, and here it is filled and ph. And one thing you notice here, we will have the boolean value. We will handle that later, but if it's true, then we will have this color. If it's false, then we will have the different color. So based on this boolean value, we will show the different heart. So now let's save that, and let's come here, and here I can simply use that app heart, yeah, this one, and let's save that, and let's see the preview now. Okay, let's ignore this one, and now let's save that, and let's see the preview. Let's close this one. See, we have that. Now let's make that heart to false. So we will have the, let's make this to false, and if I see that, we should have the different heart. See, we have the different heart. So now let's come here, and after this div, this image, this whole thing, I can say after that, here I think we are showing the location. Let's come here. Yeah, we have to show the location here. You see location, and for that let's come here, and here I can say div, and let's add the class, and here I can say font should be semi-bold, and after that I can say text should be LG, and Here we should not be using the directly, because if you see in the API, if I come here in the location value, so we will be returning this from the response. So that's why we can use that composable we created get by value. So here I can say const location is equal to computed. Yeah, in computed I can say, maybe instead of computed, because it will not update, I can say to ref, so it will be real time. And here I can say props dot data dot location value. So obviously I have to pass that here as well. So I can say const get by value from use rent model. Yeah, here I can say get by value, oh, sorry, here I can say get by value, and here I can say let's copy that and let's pass that value in the get by value. So let's come to end, and here, yeah, here now we will have the location. See, we have this location. So now let's come here, and here I can simply say location, if it is exist then show the region here, and with comma I can say location dot label. Yeah, that's it. Let's save that and let's see the preview. I hope we will be okay with that. See, we have the Asia and Pakistan for this, and after that we have to show the category. So let's show that, and here I can say another div, and let's add the class I can say font light, font light. After that text should be 500, text neutral 500, and after that the line should be 1. So that's why we'll use the line clamp 1. It will keep that in this single line. And after that I can say data dot category, not created at category. Yeah, that's it. And now let's save that, and here we should have the page. Yeah, we have the page. Now after that I can show the price, and for price we have this simple. We will use the action label, but that will be later. So now let's save that, and if I come here we have this beautiful card just like here. So we are done with the listing as well. So obviously we have to we should use other stuff as well, because if you come here in index, we should be, maybe sometimes our listings are empty, so we have to create some empty state as well. And also sometimes not sometimes, obviously when we are loading we should have some loading state as well. If I come here, and here if I refresh, we have beautiful loader states. If I hope you will be able to see that. Maybe let me do one thing. If I come here and if I come to the network, let's slow down the net, because it's too fast and we are unable to. Let's slow 3G, and if I refresh that, maybe we have that, beautiful loading state. So I can show you the loading state. So if you see here, I just added that it's the obviously the developed version. So this is how we have to create that. We can create that this beautiful card loaders whenever we are loading the listings. So because this is very good thing. So let's create that. For that we have to install another component which I totally forgot to install before that, which is skeleton. I can come here. Where is that skeleton? Yeah, here we have to install. So it's pretty simple. Let's come here, install that. Let's copy that. Let's come here and let's close this, and let's paste that, and let's install. And now let's come here. While it's installing, I can come here in the listing, and here I can say loader dot view, and here let's rerun this yarn dev. And now let's come here in the loader, and it's pretty simple, so that's why. And in loader let's do the vbase, and it's pretty simple, so that's why I'm pasting that. So we have, so I think I have to say here card as well. yeah, card. Now obviously I have to remove this one. Yeah, that's it. So it's pretty simple. We are just duplicating that skeleton. It's pretty simple. We have simple styles, and if I save that, and now let's come here, you can check that. Maybe you can pause the video and you can watch that. Either you can copy the code from the description. So now let's come here, and here instead of this vls, let's show that. Maybe here I can say listing loader, and let's save that, and we should have that the preview of that. Let's refresh that. It is refreshing. See, we have that listing. But one thing is, so I think I totally forgot to add the default styles here as well. So we can add that using the card, because just like in card, as you can see, we are removing these basic classes. I can copy that, and we can remove that. Yeah, we are basically removing the shadow and border. If I do that, we will have this beautiful, just like, see, we have that just like this card. It's very beautiful. So obviously we should not be showing like that. We should be showing whenever we are loading. So I can come here. So this was just the preview, so I can cut that, and it should be in this else block. I can say, yeah, let's paste that. And now one last thing, which is the show the empty state. Whenever we don't have any listing, we should be showing that. So let's create that as well. Let's come here in the app, and here I can say empty state dot view. So in empty state, it's also very simple. We will be passing the title and subtitle, because it's not we will be using in a lot of places. So that's why I created the components, and we will be passing our own title and subtitle, and this the show reset button, which will be used later as well, and it will be boolean. So after that, I'm using this app heading component, where we are passing the title and subtitle. If you don't have title, we will be showing this title, and same goes to subtitle as well. After that, we have this reset button, which will be the obviously based on this. If we have this show reset, then we will be showing that. I can cut that from here. We should be showing that here. We should be clicking on that. So let's save that, and in order to see the preview of that, I can come here, and before this app container, I can show that. I can say app empty state. If I do that, and we should have that here. See, we have that here. But obviously we should not be showing like that. We should be saying, if listing length is empty, then show that. Here I can say if listing not listing data dot length is equal to 0, and here we should be showing the reset button as well. Because why I'm doing that? Because basically in this home page, we will be also showing the based on the query. So some queries will for example, if I click on that, obviously this is the developed version, so maybe for some categories we don't have listings. So if we don't have listing, we should be showing that, and we should have that reset button, which should clear the because if you see in the empty state, whenever we are clicking on that reset button, it is removing all of the queries, and it will be redirect us to simple home page. So that's why. So if I save that, and we should have we should have, so obviously for that I have to delete this from the MongoDB. I can maybe delete that, and then we can see that. If I cancel, and let's delete that, delete, and now if I refresh, we should have that button. If I refresh, because we don't have any listing. Okay, that's strange. Let's add that here. So it is not like that. Let's remove that, because this button don't have any kind of label. It's my bad. And here I should be saying remove all filters. Yeah, that's it. And now let's save that, and if I close, see, remove all filters, and here variant should be primary, or let's keep that. Yeah, so we are done with the creation of listing and fetching of the listing, and also displaying of the listing as well. So now next step is to add the favorite functionality, how we can do the favorite stuff. So obviously for that, first I have to create one. Let's create that, and here I can select the any first country. After that, one thing I noticed here, we don't have, yeah, I have, it's my bad, I thought we don't have flags, so it was, I think maybe because of internet it was delayed. I can come here again, and here let's come to unsplash, and let's connect to unsplash. Let's select this one, and let's next. Let's select the size, let's upload, we have that. Let's next, and here I can say beach. Let's copy that here as well, next, and here let's say 50. Let's create, we should have that. See, we have the list created successfully, and now if I refresh that, so that's why I was saying whenever we will be done with that, we should refresh that Nuxt data. So if you remember, we have that in rent model, yeah, this one. I have to refresh that here, so I can say here refresh Nuxt data, and here I can pass that key listings. This key I'm talking about, this key, it is very important, so both of them should have the same name. So let's save that, and we have that. Let's test this again. Maybe I can add windmills as well. Asia 2 3, upload unsplash, connect to unsplash. I can say windmills. Let's select this one, next. Let's select the size, let's upload, next. Here I can say windmills. Let's copy, paste, next, and here add the price 100. We should have that. See, we have that. We have the loader as well, we have this as one as well. So yes, we are done with that, and now let's come to the favorite. So for the favorite functionality, first of all, let's come to here, because we have to develop the API, and first step will be for creating the API to add the another field here within the user field. You have to come in the schema, and here favorite IDs, and it will be string array. So basically it will contain this within the user field, where each user will have the favorite IDs array, and in which we will have the listing ID, this ID thing. So let's save that, and obviously we have to run that npx prisma stuff. Let's run npx prisma generate, then I can say npx prisma db push. So we're done with that. Now let's come here, and obviously let's start developing the API. For that I can come here in the server, within the server, after in the API, and in the API I can create another file. Obviously it will be folder, I can say favorites, and within that we will have the listing ID basically. So it will be dynamic, I can say listing ID, and within that it will be index.ts. So here let's come here in the listing index.post.js. Let's copy this basic stuff from here. I can copy that, and let's come here again, and let's paste that. Obviously let's remove this whole stuff, and here after the event, let's say, so one thing here, if in order to use this method for because we will use this request for two methods, either we will be able to add the favorite stuff, or we will be able to remove the favorite stuff. So that's why I can say assert method, and here I can pass the event. First argument will be event, and after that in the array I can say it will be post, and also the delete as well. So we will be adding the favorite, we will be removing the favorite. So for the next, first of all we need the user. I can say const current user is equal to await db dot user dot find unique, and in find unique here I can say where, and where email, basically I can say email event dot context dot user dot email. So we will have the current user now, and I will check. If current user don't exist, then throw the error obviously. After that here I can say the listing in order to get the listing, I obviously, as we are passing this, it is dynamic listing ID, we have the context params, so we can get that. I can say listing is equal to event dot context dot params dot listing ID, and here as it is giving the error, so we can do by this way, fix that. So here I can say if listing ID, because it will be either string or undefined, so here I can check if listing not defined, sorry, it will be a listing, it should be listing ID, so I can say listing ID, and here I can say if we don't have, it is undefined or it is the type is not string, then throw the error status code 400 and status message should be invalid ID. One thing I also noticed here, we should also have the status message on top. So after that I can get the single listing a favorite basically if it includes or not, so I can say let favorite IDs is equal to, in order to get that from the current user, I can say, so this basically this favorite IDs, either it will be the empty array or we will have the favorite IDs of current user. So how we can get that? I can simply destructure the current user. I can say current user dot favorite IDs, right? If it exists, then we should destructure the favorite IDs. Here I can add the bracket basically. I will check because it can be undefined as well. I will check if it exists, then what should we do? We should say current user dot favorite ID is simple. Otherwise, what should we do? It should be the empty array. So it will be either string array. So either empty array or the existing favorite IDs. So after that, I will check if favorite IDs dot includes the existing, this listing ID. If it include listing ID, what should we do? I can say favorite IDs is equal to favorite IDs dot filter and ID, and then I can say ID cannot is equal to listing ID. So basically I removed the our current if it already exists, then I'm basically removing that, because this is what filtering means. If it is equal to return those listing IDs where the listing ID the ID is not is equal to the existing this listing ID. So we will, for example, if we have imagine that we have the 1 2 3 and this listing ID value is 2, so basically after this method we will remove the 2 and the end result will be 1 and 3. I'm just trying to the basic example here. So after add else, if we don't have that, it means we have to add that. So I can say else favorite IDs dot push listing ID, and here I can say now, because obviously we have to update the user as well, so I can say const user is equal to await db dot user dot update, and within the update we have the object, and here I can pass where and ID current user dot ID, and here obviously we have to pass the data as well. I can say data, and within data we have the object, and I can pass the favorite IDs, and here I can return the user. I can say return user. Yeah, let's save that and hopefully it will work. Let's save. Next step is also, because if you see, if I come here where we have the basically the user, where it's the simple user, and in this basically we what exactly we are returning. If I come here in the, so here we are returning the simple session based user, which is the Lucia. Basically here we are adding in the middleware. If I come here, so it's the pretty simple this user, where we have the only, you can also check that here as well, this current user basically event dot context dot user. So I can maybe show you. I can say event dot context dot user, sorry, so here maybe if I remove that context dot user dot, so we have only these three fields for this user, the context user, and that's what we are returning in this API request. But obviously for in order to check the favorite listing ID, we need the complete user which we defined here. If I come here in this schema, single user can have these things: sessions array, listings array, reservations array, the image, favorite IDs. So in order to get that, we have to create another request, and let's remove that. Let's control Z. Oh, yeah. I can create another request here. I can say logged in dot get dot ts. So here I can simply copy this stuff from here because we only need the this top content. Let's first of all copy that, and I can, let's close this one. Let's come here and I can simply paste that, and let's remove this thing. We don't need this. Obviously we don't also need this thing. First of all, let's validate the request because it's the secure request and we will be getting the logged in user. So I can say login.get.ts, and here I can get the user, and if we don't have, then I can say unauthenticated, and simply I can return the current user, and here we will have the all this stuff related to the user. See, in this user we have the GitHub ID, name, password, image, and all this stuff. So let's save that, and we are done with the API part. Now let's come here. For favorite stuff we will be using the composable because we will use that multiple places. So that's why it's best to create the composable. So I can say use favorite dot ts, and here I can say export const use favorite equal to, it will be async, so I can say async, and here we will be basically saying listing ID. Basically we will be passing this listing ID, this parameters in this composable. So it will be listing ID, and for that obviously I can define the type. Here I can say interface props is equal to listing ID, basically this listing ID, and it will be string, and here obviously I can say the type is favorite prop. Let's copy this one. I don't know why it's not giving me this suggestion, and here I can say arrow function, and it will be like this. Obviously we have to return that as well, some stuff. I can say return, and that's it. Now here obviously we will check the logged in status as well. So that's why if it's not logged in and trying to, for example, if I come here in the demo, if I'm not logged in, basically I will be, if I when I will click on this thing, so I will see this this is basically the demo application. Now here user is trying to add this listing to favorite stuff, but he's not logged in. So that's why instead of doing the favorite stuff, I'm showing this logged in model. So that's what we will achieve here as well. So I can come here, and here we need the composable, the logged in composable, and I can say use login, yeah, and here I can call the onOpen method, onOpen, and after that let's call the user. So I can say get user. For that I can say const data logged in user error, and refresh. We will use the refresh here as well, and here I can say await use fetch, and here I can say API, and in the API we will be using this, not not this one, we will be using the logged in, yeah, this one. So it will return, the user type will be like this one. So and here I can define the computed property, I can say, so it will be updated whenever this logged in user will update. So I can say has is favorite, not instant. I can say is favorite is equal to computed, and I can say return what we will be basically returning. I can say const list is equal to logged in user dot value dot favorite ID dot favorite. The why it's not giving me this suggestion, although we have that. Let's copy that. So maybe because it can be undefined as well, so that's why you can say dot favorite ID. So here we will have the either, that's strange, but let's add or array. So it's the same thing just like we did in the here. Either it can exist or it will be empty. I don't know why it is giving me the error, so we can define the type here. I can simply say user, and I can import that from the Prisma client. Remember, we have different user. We have the Lucia as well. In Lucia, we have only two fields: GitHub and email. So that's why we will import that from the Prisma. And in Prisma, we have everything. See, we have the suggestions here. So let's click on that, and oh, sorry, it was imported from the Lucia. I can say Prisma, yeah, a Prisma client, and now we will have that error is gone. After that, I can say return. What we will be returning? Return list dot includes listing ID. So either it will be true or false. That's this listing ID. We will be checking that. So now return this is favorite here. Here we will have another method whenever we are trying to toggle the basically the listing. So either we will be we will be adding to in the favorite list, or we will be removing that. So I can say const toggle favorite is equal to async, and here we will have the event as well. So I can say mouse event, and then we have the arrow function. So that's why we can do by this way. And I can say e dot stop propagation, and after that I can say return new promise, and within that I can say async function, and here we will have the two basically the parent resolve, reject, and it's the error function. So here I can say if logged in user dot value is undefined, what should we do? I can say simply on open, call the open the login model, otherwise we will return that as well. So we will be out of this function. So else what should I do? I can say const basically the error, and I can call here the favorite API. Basically here I can say const use fetch, and here I can pass the favorite this API. So obviously it will be the dynamic, so I can cut that, and these will be the template. And here let's cut this thing, and I can say $sign and now this one. So we will be calling this the new created API, and obviously here it's the post method, so I can say method, and it will be that's strange, it should give me the suggestions. If I come here, why it is not giving me the, oh, I think I totally forgot to say that, maybe that's why. So now let's come here and it should give me the post, I can say post. Let's see, let's try that. If it didn't work, I can fix that. Yeah, error is gone, I think it is working. So here I will check if we don't have error. If error dot value, if we don't have any error, what should we do? Basically we will refresh the listing. I can say await refresh Nuxt data, and here I can say listings. Why we are doing that? So we can have the latest listings, because after this API the listing will be favored, so we have to recall the listings. So instead of new API call, we can use this Nuxt feature, and here basically I will return that as well, so I can simply return. Otherwise I can show the errors. So for that we need the toast, so let's import that as well. Let's here import use toast, and here I can also say use toast, basically this one, and here let's say return toast, and within toast I can pass the different stuff, title, and in title I can say error dot value dot status message, and after that obviously for variant it should be the destructive, I can say destructive, and the duration should be 1000, and here we have to return this total favorite toggle favorite as well. And let's save that, and now let's come here in the app favorite, app hub, and here basically we will use that. So here let's call the method. Obviously on clicking on here I can say click on click is equal to handle favorite, and here basically let's call the composable. So for that I can say, so one thing I totally forgot here, if you see in the composable which we created use favorite, we need the listing ID as well, so it means I will be passing that in the head. So let's come here in the head, define the props stuff, so I can say, so here I'm importing the composable. After that we have the interface in the listing ID, basically we will send this listing ID, and here I'm just simply defining that props. So after that I can say const, and here I can say await use favorite, and here basically we have to pass the listing ID, so I can say listing ID is equal to props dot listing ID, and here basically we will have the two methods, has favorite, not has, is favorite, and toggle favorite. And now in this method handle favorite, I can copy that, and I can say const is equal to async, and I can say e mouse event, and I can say first of all call the toggle await toggle favorite e. Yeah, I think that's, we just only need this toggle event. So let's save that. The only thing I think, so now here we will check the is favorite stuff, and based on that we will add the different classes. So instead of this false, I should be saying is favorite. So let's paste that and let's save that. One thing which is I have to pass the listing ID. Now let's come here in the card, and from here I can pass the ID. I can say listing ID is equal to data dot id. Let's save that, and now let's come here, and first of all let's refresh one time so we don't have any error. So now let's inspect that as well, so we can see if we have any kind of error. So let's come here in the console, let's remove this thing, and in the network as well. And now let's add this favorite. See, I'm sending the request, and see, we have this field. So for what was the first step? I sent this post request basically to the favorite in order to add that, and in response basically we will return the user, and this is how the favorite IDs. See, this favorite ID is the array of these strings, and then I call the listings. Why I did that? To just to refresh. Basically, if you see, I didn't did anywhere. I just simply, if I come here in the use favorite, I just refresh that using this refresh Nuxt data. It was automatically handled by Nuxt. So then we have this logged in user. So this was also updated, and then we are checking different stuff, and we have this field. Even if I click again, that is removed. If I click here, we have that is field. If I click again, that is gone. So favorite feature is also done. Now let's handle the single listing API. So single listing API will basically, it will be look like this. You know, the details related to single API. We will have the, you know, the category where it is located, you know, the user info, then, you know, the map, and here we have the basically the reservation stuff. So we will be creating that. So first step is to basically create the API. So I can come here, and in the listing, so basically I can say another file here. I can say listing id, and in that I can say index dot get dot ts, and it will be pretty at some point it will be like this listing id. So because we will be checking this stuff, so let's copy that, and I can come here in the, and here let's paste that, and obviously it is the get request, so we don't need to validate the user. We can do that, even, you know, this, anyone can see that. So we don't need this current user as well. So but we need this context, and after that let's remove, and let's remove this one as well. Oh sorry, yeah. And here I can say, const listing is equal to await db dot listing dot find unique, because we need the single one. And here I can basically, it's the object, and I can pass the where id is equal to listing id, the id we are passing in the params, and also we have to include the user, because we have to show the user info here. So I can say include user, and here I can say user true, and here I can say return, and in return it will be this thing. And also we have to modify the created at, so I can say created at, and I can say listing dot created at dot toString, and let's save that. And now let's close all of these, and now let's come here in the pages, and obviously here we have the listing and single listing. So I can say listings listing id, and in after that I can say it's the index dot view. So here I can say vbase, it's simple ts, and here I can say const route is equal to use route, this one, and here I can say pre, and here I can pass route dot params dot listing id, and let's save that. And let's because I think I did that, but let's verify again. In the card whenever we are clicking, yeah, we have to do that. So here I can say upon clicking, on click is equal to navigate to, and here I can navigate user to listings, and after the listing here I can pass data dot id. Yeah, let's save that, and I hope it will work. Obviously we have, I can come here and let's click that. Okay, I can refresh that because it should work. See, it's working. So it was whenever we create the page, sometimes React Nuxt create problem, but it's working. The main thing is it's working. So in this single listing, if I come here, this is the developed version. So this is the head version. So we will be dividing this component to 2 to 3 parts. So here it will be the head, and then we have the info, and here we have the map. So let's create those components. So I can come here in the components, and within the listing, let's say here I can say card head, listing head dot view, and in the head dot view. So in head it's the pretty simple. So basically in head we will be passing these values: title, location value, image source, and id of that listing. And then here I'm simply defining the props. Then I'm using these use rent model composable, and I will get the value of basically why we are doing that, because we need these stuff. So that's why I'm doing that. And then we also need the location as well. Basically using the location value, we will get the detailed location, and we can show that here. And after that we are just simply passing in the heading these titles and subtitles. You already know what exactly going on here. Then we have this simple image, then we have this app hut. And see, that's why I created the composable. Otherwise if I I have to repeat that code again and again. Now it will work here again, here as well, the favorite feature basically. So I can save that. After that, let's create this maybe I can see the preview, then we can move further. So for that I can come here in the index. So here I can say const, because we need to fetch the single. So I can say this one, and here I can say await use fetch, and here I can pass the, it will be template. So single listing, so I can use this one. And yeah, here I can cut that, and let's see this one, and route params dot listing id. Let's paste that, and here in the basically let's say data, and the data will be like this. So user, because in single listing, so see we have the user as well, and we are also upgrading this stuff as well. So we don't have any type where we have the listing as well, where we have the modified this string as well, and where we have the user as well. So let's create that. I can say the save listing. So for that I can come here in the types. Oh, we already have that, so I can copy that. Let's come here, and I can import that. Import 5 and save listing, and from types, and here I can say save listing, and here I can also say it will be combo of user as well. So I can say user, and in user I can pass the Prisma user. Yeah, Prisma client user. See, and so it will be now easier to understand and easier to read. See, so here we need the category as well. So I can say const category is equal to computed, and in computed I can say, and within that here I can say return categories dot find, and within the find obviously we have the items. So I can say items, and in items I have to check item, so it should be item, single item. I can say item dot label is equal to listing, basically this data. So I can say data dot value dot category. So let's remove this thing, obviously we don't need that. And here I can say first, obviously here let's also add the pending state as well, we don't need that. So here I can say if it's app, if it's, so here I can say app container, and within that I can say max screen, and it should be LG, and here I can say MX auto, and within that I can say flex call, and gap should be 6, and within that I can pass the listing head, and here basically we need to pass the props. So I can say title, and in title it will be listing dot title, not listing, it will be data dot title, and let's copy that and paste. So here instead of title we will have the location value. I can say location value, and let's don't do this way, I can say value, and here it will be image source. So let's also copy this one as well, copy, and let's also copy this one more time, and here I can say id, so data dot id, and here I can say id. So why it is giving the error? Because it is in terms of this way, it is assuming it's the undefined. So I can check here this stuff, if we have the data, so that error should go. See, that error is gone, and even I can remove this question mark. And now let's save that and let's see the preview, and I hope it will work. So let's refresh one time. See, we have this stuff. One thing is missing, I'm not sure why, that the top heading is missing, the title basically. So if I come here, it should work. Data.title, if I come here in the head, so if I come here in the app heading, why it's not working? So after inspecting that, I came to know we don't have the title for this listing. So if I come here, I just logging in, and here the title value is empty. So that's why it's not working. So let's move further. Obviously, I can come here. We should be here, and let's see the further. Let's add the further stuff. The next is to create the info. So I can create another component here. I can say listing info dot not in simple info dot view listing info. So here in listing, so in the info I can paste the simple, it's not that complicated. I can format that first of all, and so basically, so it's pretty simple. First of all, I can go from the from bottom to the top. So here we have the simple user, and basically these are the props we will be passing in this info component. And after that we have this get by value method from the useRent model, and then I'm defining these coordinates. So after that we have the simple image basic styles, then we have the icons, who is the user, then these are the user details, and after that we have to create this prop, obviously another time. So another component here within the listing. So for now let's ignore that. After that I have the description. So basically if I come here, so this basically here basically it's related to user. You can say this stuff. If user have the image, then I am showing the user image, otherwise I am showing the simple icon. If the user which is not logged in trying to see that content, then here we will have the username hosted by, either it will be it will, here we will have the username. It will not be obviously empty because each listing have the user. So after that I'm saying the details, how many guests are allowed, how many rooms we have, how many bathrooms. Now we need the category. For category, obviously I have to create this component, so you can just ignore that. And after that we have these HRs, and after the HR we have this rent map which is already created, so we are using that, this map component. And here I simply have to pass the coordinates, so where I am showing that. So if I uncomment this thing, because we have to create that, and let's save that. If I come here and let's use that here as well, listing info. For that I can say, after the listing head, I can simply paste that this simple string, and here basically instead of listing it should be data. I can say data, and let's save that, and I hope everything will work. If I come here, see, we have the user details, we have the map, and we now need the category stuff. So by the way, you can think what is this we will add when we will do the reservation stuff. So now let's add the category component. I can say, let's come here in the listing, and I can say category dot view, and here I can pass it's the simple. We have the icon, then we have the label and description related to that category. Let's save that, and now let's come here in the info, and let's uncommit this thing, and let's save that, and here we have the category as well. So I think here one HR is extra, so I can simply remove that. Let's remove, yeah, that is gone. So single listing is also done. Now let's move to, so no, I think one thing is still missing. Here we can test that before going further. If I refresh, so now let's test this favorite feature as well. Although it's working, I think I know the what exactly going on here. So I can come here, use favorite, and here if you remember we are not using this refresh method, so I can copy that. And after, once I am done with that, if we don't have any error before refreshing this whole thing, I should refresh this another this another time. So this refresh, basically this refresh. So let's save that, and if I now refresh, I can refresh one whole time. Now if I refresh this thing, see, it is working now. See, it is working in real time. So we are done with this single listing. Now let's move to, so now we will do this reservation component. So let's create this calendar. How we can do that? As we will be using this calendar component, so first step should be to install that. So I can come here in the Vue calendar. We will be using this Vue calendar, and we need that. I can simply copy that, but obviously it will be all. I can copy that, and let's paste that here. And we need another you can say package as well, which is the date fns. Now let's also install the date fns. I can say yard add date fns. So now let's come here in the app, and here I can say calendar. First step will be to create the the reusable component calendar.view. Come here, and here we also need the range type as well. So for that I can come here in the type. It will be pretty simple, so I can say simply export interface will have the start date and end date, and type will be basically the date start. I can close that, and I can come here. So now let's come here. Obviously we need this thing. I can copy that, we need that, and here I can say vbase ts, and let's import that, paste that here. Obviously we also need this thing as well. I can copy that, it will be on the top, and here I can say import type from types and range, and here I can say the props interface. I can say interface calendar props, and here I can say value will be basically the range, type will be the range, and the disable dates, it will be basically abled dates, and it will be date array. One another thing, it can be undefined. So after that I can say const props is equal to define props, and here I can pass interface calendar props, and so after that we will have the date range, and I can say date range is equal to ref, and here basically I can say props dot value. and here basically the value we will be passing, we will have that here. And now I can also define the emit as well. So what we will be basically emitting, that I can do that in the after the props. I can say const emit is equal to define emits, and within that the type will be basically, I can define the types here. I can say e, and the type will be on change, and I can pass the new date, basically the param, and the type will be range, and basically I will be returning the void, it means nothing. And here I can say, let's do simple, and after this date range I can say watch whenever basically our date range is changing, what I will do, date range, and I will basically emit the, here basically we will have the new date, and I will be saying emit the event. I can say emit on change and new date. And now let's use that date picker. So here basically we will be using this Vue calendar component, and obviously we need the different stuff. So I can say the Vue model dot range is equal to date range. So basically you can explore this package. I don't want to deep dive into this because that's not the purpose. So here we will be passing this date range, and the color will be gray, and I can say disable dates. And so after the disable dates I will be basically saying this one, and here it should be borderless, and after that it should be expanded. So basically these are the props we can pass in terms of style here. We have that, we can do that some style customization, you can explore that here. So now let's use that obviously. So now let's create another component here for the listing. I can say reservation view, and in the listing dot reservation, so here I can paste, and it's pretty simple, I can tell you. So basically we will be passing these props, price, date range, total price, is it disabled or not, disabled dates array, and we have the emits as well, different emits. And on these methods basically we will be emitting these events. And here I'm showing the simple price per night, then we have this calendar, and within calendar we are passing these disabled dates and value date range. And then we have these buttons, we can reserve that, and we can show the total price based on the date selection. So let's save that, and obviously we can see after using that here, I can use that here. So here obviously we need the different stuff for that reservation, so we can adjust that because a lot of stuff have to be adjusted. So first of all, let's import the range, and here I can say also import the date fns stuff. I can say import from date fns, and here let's import two difference in days, basically this one, difference in days. So basically it will tell, you can see the name, yeah, difference in days, so it will tell. And here I can say each day of interval, yeah, that's it. So here I can say const date range, initial date range, because we have to pass that. If I come here in the reservation, we need the date range, so here I can say initial date range is equal to reactive, and here I can pass the range basically because this range type. So here I can say object, and it will be start, and it is new date, simple, the current date. And let's copy that, and here you can say end, and after that I can define the different stuff. So one thing I notice here, it should be end, that's why it is giving me the error. So after that let's define some variables here. I can say const is loading, it will be boolean, I can say ref false. And so here I can paste some basic stuff, it's simple, I can explain. We have the is loading, then we have the price, so basically it can be data. So I can say data dot value dot price, so basically the listing price we will assume first time the total price is simple, it's the same as listing price. Then we will have the date range, and I can pass this initial date range. Then we have the reservations, and by default it's the empty array of dates. And then we have the disable dates. What exactly here I'm doing, we have simple array of dates, then reservation. So basically by default it's empty, but although after this creating this component, we will also fetch the reservation as well. So we will have these you can say the reserved array. So see, these are the disabled, so it means we already created the reservation for that, so we will have that array here. So it will not be empty, it will be filled with that. So that's why here I'm saying for each we will loop through that, and first of all we will calculate the start and end dates. It will return the range, and basically here we are merging those both of them, and then we will have the disabled dates. After that, here we have the simple function for now, because if you see in the reservation, I am submitting the reservation upon clicking on this reserve. For that, we will just log in that obviously. After this, we will be doing the real-time API call here, and here basically I am watching the different stuff, and here instead of it listing, it will be it should be date. Here I can say date data. So here basically we are watching the date start and end stuff in the date range, because we have this initial in start and end. We are watching both of these values. If we change that, we will be updating the price, because by default if you see we have the price simple listing price. So I'm checking for example here basically I'm passing both start and end value. Imagine I selected these, I can select the multiple dates basically. If I select the three dates, here what exactly I'm doing, this will basically this different is days basically will tell me how much I selected, right? So it will be number 1 2 3. So if it's 3, then what exactly I'm doing, I am multiplying the 3 with the simple price, because we have the simple price. So that's why it will be by default if you see it's the 4 400, and if I select 1 it will also be because this is the single day. So if I select 2, if you see now it's 800. If I select more 4, it is 1200. So we are multiplying that. So and that's what we are doing here in the watch effect. And then we have the set dates, and it is basically in this we are simply assigning the new start and end dates. And now let's obviously use that here after this info. So let's paste that, and simply I'm using that reservation component, and I'm passing the different stuff. Simple price, what is the where will be showing that here, and we are also writing that here, the single listing price. Then the total price, basically the end result, this one, and then I'm passing the date range. So the purpose of this to the what exactly the user have selected, then disable this whole thing if we are loading. And then we are also passing the array of disabled dates, and on change whenever we will change that, we are basically setting these reserve and basically this start and end date. Basically this change event will be triggered whenever this is the, if I click, the change event was triggered. And on submit, basically on clicking on this button, so what we are doing currently, we are just simply logged in. So now let's save that, and hopefully it will work. And let's come here, let's refresh. One thing I noticed why it's not working. So if I come here in the calendar, instead of week calendar, I will be using the date picker. Really sorry. So here I have to use the date picker, not this overall calendar. So here I have to say date picker, and here I can say the date picker. So let's save that, and now let's see the preview. So let's see the preview. So this is how it will look like. So let's change this, for example, selection. Okay, we have something wrong, because this price should update. I can come here. Okay, cannot set property value of getter ref import. Let's see what is wrong. I think it's because of this thing. So let's, because if I do this is the read only, so it's my mistake. So it should be, I can cut that, it should be simple ref. It was my mistake. I can say ref, and let's save that, and now it should work. If I select 29, see it's set, and the price is also updated. You can see that the by default is 10, and if I select multiple, see we are multiplying that. So this is also working. So we are done with the reservation component as well. Now let's implement by the way, you can navigate to different pages, so complete calendar feature. So now let's implement the API part of this reservation. Let's come to the API part, and for that I can come here in the API. So we will create the reservation. For that I can simply say within the API reservations, and then maybe index dot reservations and index dot post dot ts. Come here and maybe I can copy the stuff from the listing index.post. So let's copy that stuff from here. Let's copy. I can come here and let's paste that. So here instead of this listing stuff, we will be receiving the price and date and different stuff. So let's paste that here. So we will have the listing ID. I think we will have the curly bracket here. Let's remove this title as well. So let's remove this stuff. So let's remove this thing as well. So basically we will be passing the listing ID. One thing you notice, we are validating the request because it's the post. So listing ID, start date, end date, and total price. Now let's also check if they exist, if because all of these fields are required. So that's why I can say if any of them is undefined or null, and then basically I can say status message instead of message. Status message I can say fields are missing. Another thing, it should be await read body, and here you can pass the event. So yeah, now here basically if we have the user, we will create the listing reservation. So I can say const listing. Basically don't confuse thing. Basically we will reserve the single listing. So it means if I'm seeing here, and by reserving I mean I will book this place, and the features of the following location is this. These are the images. This is, you can say, the owner of this listing. This is the category, the type of location. There will be a lot of windmills as well, and here is the map location. So it means we are listing the we are reserving the listing. So that's why the name is listing reservation. Listing reservation is equal to await db dot listing dot update. So we are updating the listing. So I can say here the object, and where I can say where, as we have to pass the listing ID, I can say id listing id, and the data is, in data I can say reservations. In the reservation I can say create. See, if you come here in the schema, we did that. In listing I have this reservation array, so within the listing I am basically updating this reservation array. So that's what I'm exactly doing. I'm not simply creating this reservation stuff. I am within the listing, I am updating this reservation array, which is by default empty. So I can say create, and in create I can simply paste the different stuff. I can use that. In terms of user ID, I can say user ID event dot context dot user dot id, and I can pass the start date, I can pass the end date, I can pass the total price because we need that. And after that I can return the single reservation. I can say listing reservation. Let's save that. And we also need another API, because if you see, we are also disabling the different stuff. So how we are getting that? Because we also know the reservation related to this single listing, so we have to fetch the reservation as well. So for that I can say index.get.ts. I can index.get.ts. Let's save that. So index.get.ts. So I can copy the basic stuff, maybe this logged in user from. Let's copy that, and I can simply paste that, and obviously we don't need any of this stuff. Let's. So one thing I can assure you, in this reservation we will be passing the query params. So basically, so here I can say const query is equal to get query, and here I can pass the event, and the query params will be basically these. So listing ID, one, it's the listing ID, and basically it can be undefined as well. Second is the user ID, we can also pass that. third is the author id. So based on these query params we will be filtering out the different stuff. So if we have the listing id, then we will add the, by default this query param is empty object, and then I will check that if we have listing id, then add this listing id to this object. If we have user id, then add to this object. If we have the author id, then add the in the query param. So if we don't have any of them, then it will be empty object. If we have two of them, then in this object we will have these two. So you can imagine that it will be, for example, imagine we will have two of them, first two. So it will be like this one, listing id, and it will be user id. So let's, so after this author id, now fetch the reservation const reservations is equal to await db dot reservation dot find many, and within here I can pass the object, and here we can pass the params, query param, and include basically we will also return the listing as well. So I can say listing should be true, and order by will be the created at. I can say order by created at, and it will be based on the descending order. So here I can say save reservation. For save reservation we will map the different step. I can say const save reservations is equal to reservations dot map. I can say reservation. Here basically I can say return. In terms of return I can say simple reservation, and after that created at, I can say reservation created at dot to ISO string, and same goes to the the end date as well. The start date and end date, I can simply say start date, and here I can say end date. So here we also have to update as the listing as well, because in listing we also have that. So I can say reservation dot listing, because each reservation have the listing, so that's why we are targeting that as well. And here I can say created at, and it will be reservation dot listing dot created at dot to ISO, not listing to ISO. So let's format that, and here we will be returning the save reservation. I can say return save reservation. So let's format that, and we will have that. I know it was little too much, but it's pretty simple. You will understand. So now I can come here within the index where we have the single listing, and we can call another time this use fetch, but this time for the reservations. So I can say listing ID, and then not listing ID, it will be basically reservation, and we have to pass that as query. So I can, so obviously we need the type as well. So for that, first let's before changing that, let's come here in the types. So here we have the save reservation. For that, here I can say first of all let's say reservation, and obviously just like save listing we will also have the save reservation. And what exactly, I am taking the reservation and omitting these values. And in terms of, just like I explained that here, and we are just first we are removing them, and then we are kind of creating new types here with the new types. In terms of listing we have the save listing. So let's save that, and now let's come here. Now let's say the also import the save reservation. I can say save reservation, and now here in terms of this one I can say save reservation, and we don't need the user, we will not be returning that. And here I can, let's cut this thing because we will be passing as params. So instead of this thing I will be saying reservations, and after that I can pass the query. I can say listing ID, because here we are basically we need the reservation for this particular listing, so that's why we are saying listing ID is equal to, and here I can pass the route param. So this basically URL will return the reservation only for this single listing. So for example, you can imagine that this listing is booked by 10 people, and they have obviously different dates. So we will have that in this array. So obviously here instead of data I can say reservations. As we have this reservations array, if you see, that's why we are facing the array. so it will be the, as we have the now actual reservation, so we can remove this thing because we need that. Previously I created that just to show you the different stuff. So here it is also giving me the error for each not exist. So it's because I'm simply saying its object, it will be the save reservation array. So now that error is also gone. So now let's see that, and hopefully some no, there will be no change because we are not disabling the different stuff, because we don't have, currently we don't have any reservation. So that's why we won't be able to see this disabled stuff. So now let's also create the reservation. So once we will have one, you can say the reservation, we will be able to see the disabled stuff as well. So for that I can simply come here in the create reservation, and here I can simply paste this basic stuff. It's pretty simple. We have the use async data, and here first so let's paste that, the simple stuff here. It's pretty simple. One thing, I also need this toast, so let's also import that as well, and I can it's not that difficult, that's why I am just pasting that. So let's import the stuff as well. So here we have the use async data because it is recommended by the Nuxt team to use this simple fetch whenever we are calling the basically the backend API within particular function. But if we are within the directly in the script setup, we should use this use fetch. So in the API request reservation method is post, and I'm simply passing these values which we will get from the top. And after that I'm checking if we have the error. If we don't have error, I should say successfully reservation created, and I should redirect user to this page, which will obviously, that's why it is to do in to do list, and it is it is committed. So if we don't have any error, if we have error, then show the error. And here we also did the is loading dot value. For that, let's show the different stuff here. Here I can say listing loader, listing loader, and here you can say we if is loading, and we else show that. Let's save that, and hopefully everything will work. Let's come here and let's refresh the different. So let's come here, and I hope everything will work. I can also inspect that as well, so we can see the if we have any error. So I can come here in the network. Let's also clear this console as well, and let's see. So let's select date the 16/17, and yeah, let's reserve. We have the, okay, we have some error. I am not sure what's the error. Network? No, I think reservation is created, but I don't know why it didn't work. Let's refresh. See, that is disabled, but I'm not sure why it was too fast, or we have the reddish, you can say the, yeah, here I should be returning. So that's why even after this, we were able to see that. So let's save that, because after, if we don't have any error, we should return, we should be out of this function. And here let's do another try. 23, 24, and let's this time maybe I can redirect just to see. Let's don't do that. Let's reserve. We have the loader. See, successfully reservation created. And if I come here in the home page, and now if I again come here, both of these should be disabled. Yeah, this is disabled, this is disabled. It means the for these someone else is booked. So let's assume I'm new user and I'm trying to book this listing. I can't book these dates because these are already booked. So we are also done with the reservation API as well. Now let's move to reservation screen. Basically, if I come here, this reservation my trip screen. So this reservation is, you can, maybe you can confuse that, it's kind of confusing. My trips will be the, those list in my trips will be. So next is to, we will create this my trips screen, so where we will have all of those trips, which I booked. So let's create that, and also we will also create, beside that we will also create if if I booked that. So, and because of some reason, and I don't, maybe it's family reason or whatever reason, I want to cancel that. So we will also create that API as well. So let's move to that my trips. For that, let's come here within the pages, and here we can create another file which is trips. I can say in trips and then index dot, and here in the trips dot index view I can copy the content from here. I can copy that because obviously we will change the stuff, but it will be pretty similar. First of all, in the here let's change this listing stuff. So here I can say API reservations. Instead of simple API, I can say API reservations. This one, not this one, sorry. I can say reservations. Yeah, this one. And obviously here I also have to pass the query params, because if you remember, I told in the reservation in the index.getTS as trips. By trips I mean, we will be showing that particular reservation where the current user kind of for example the let's ignore that. So in trips basically we will be showing those reservation where, for example, our own current, for example the one which I booked. So that's why we have to pass the user ID. So I have to pass that here as well. So let's replace this with the this one, and here basically I can say user ID, and which is equal to basically, I think I also have to get that from the composable. I can say const user is equal to use user, yeah, this one. And here I have to pass user instead of use user, and let's copy that. And here I can say user dot value, not this one, user dot value dot id, and key will be user trips. And now let's say here if it's empty, then I can say the different title and subtitle. I can say instead of this show reset, I can remove that, and I can say no trips found. And also in subtitle looks like you have not reserved any trips. In VLs I will be showing this basically the whole container. And now this listing card will obviously will not work. We have to pass the different stuff. So for that, let's also make the change in the components as well. I can come here in the listing card. We will use that, but we have to make slightly some changes. First of all, let's import the safe reservation from here. I can say safe reservation, and here we will also pass the reservation. And I can say, but reservation will be the optional, so I can say reservation, as it will be optional, so it will be like this. And here I can say the safe, the type will be safe reserve, not safe listing, safe reservation. Now here we can also get another computed property which will be the reservation date. I can say reservation date is equal to computed, and here within the computed we will have the, and here I can return basically. And in the return I can say, not simply we will return, I will first check if in props dot reservation, if we have that reservation, if we have that, then return something, else return null. Else I can say return so null. If we have that, then what should we do? We can say const start is equal to new date, and in new date I can say props dot reservation dot start date, and same goes to end date. So I can say end date, and here it should be end. And after that I can return. So obviously here we will use the date fns. We have to format that, so I can say import format from date fns. Yeah, here I can say format, and the format will be this one. So we will do that. And here with the where we have the category, so we will check, we will check if we have the reservation date, then show that, otherwise we will be showing the date dot category. So let's save that. And now let's come to the trips, and here I can say instead of the listing in data we have the basically the reservation. So here in the instead of listing I can say reservation. I can say reservation, and here instead of reservation id it should be reservation dot id, and here in the simple listing it should be reservation dot listing. Because if you see, we are also, if I hover on that, we are also including the listing as well. You can also check in the index.get, and in reservation we are including the listing details. So that's why we have the access here. So I also have to another, because this is the reservation, so that's why I will also add the reservation prop as well. And I can say reservation, yeah, reservation, and it will be simple reservation. Yeah, I think that will work. So let's save that and let's see, and hopefully it will work. I can also verify if we in the user menu, are we navigating to the trips page or not. Yeah, we are navigating to the trips page, so I can come here, and if I click and my trips, we should have that, because we see these are the reservation, and here we are showing the dates instead of the category. So now let's also do one thing. If you remember, when we were creating the listing, when we were reserving the in the single listing id, where is that? Again, in the pages single listing id, I have one comment. Yeah, here, whenever we will be done with the reservation of the single listing, we will redirect user to this. And now let's remove this toast. Let's save that, and if I come here again in the home page, and let's reserve another time, I can come here and let's reserve another date, 30 to 31, and I can reserve. See, I am being redirected to trips page. As I mentioned earlier, we can also, we should also be able to cancel the reservation. So we have to add more details in the, so we can, we should add another button here where we should be able to cancel the reservation. So now let's come here in the card and let's make more changes. And after this card content, as we are passing these action labels and action id stuff, so it means these are the optional stuff. And but here in this case we will be passing that. So let's add the footer part as well. So after the card content, I can say card footer, and here first the condition will be if we have the action label, and then basically we will also we were checking if it's disabled or not. And then we will have to create here I will be showing the simple action label, but let's create this action handle cancel button. I can copy that, and here let's come, and here let's create function. I can say const handle cancel is equal to, the event will be basically the mouse event. I can say mouse event. And after that, basically I will be checking the disabled state. First of all, let's stop the propagation, stop propagation. And after that, I can say if props dot disabled, then what should we do? We should simply return. Otherwise, here I totally forgot, we have to emit the different stuff as well. So I can say emit is equal to define emits, and here I can say in on action, I can say on action. So we will be emitting the function. So if it is disabled, then simply return that. Otherwise, what should we do? I can say simply emit, and in emit I can say on action, and also I have to pass the action id. So I can say props dot action id, and that's it. So now let's save that, and yeah, that's it. Now let's come here in the reservation in the trips screen, and here let's pass the action label and different stuff. For action label, it will be the cancel trip. I can say action label is equal to cancel trip, and on action, basically it will be the cancelled reservation. Obviously I have to create this function cancel reservation, and for now let's simply disable that, but obviously we will check the different status. But for the first step should be the cancel reservation. So let's create that. I can say const, it should be the async function. So I can say cancel reservation is equal to async function. No, sorry, it's my bad. And here let's simply do that. Obviously for cancel reservation mean I have to also create the API. And as you can see in card, we are also passing the action id as well. So I can come here, and here for now I can say id the string, and the log should be simple. I can say id. So because we didn't have the API, so that's why let's remove, and so at least we can see the preview. Let's save that, and if I come here, see, this is what I was trying to say. Now let's see if it's working or not. And if I come here, let's see, clear the console, and if I click on cancel reservation, I should have the id, but it's not working. I don't know. Okay, let's see that. So if I come here again in the, oh, I think I missed the action id, so I have to pass that as well. I can come here, I can say the action id, and it should be reservation dot id, and now we will have that. Let's save that, and if I now cancel, see, we have the id. We should have the different id. Yeah, we have different id. Now let's create the API delete API. For that I can come here in the reservations. Within the reservation, let's create the file index.ts, but it should be index.ts, and before that we should have the reservation ID, and it should be within the brackets. So let's save that, and now let's create, maybe I can copy from other place. Do we have any other delete? No, we don't have any. So maybe I can copy this one. Let's copy that, and now let's come here in the reservation. Let's save that. First step should be to validate the request. Obviously I can say await validate request, and here I have to pass the event, and now it means I have to import that. I don't think I have to import. So, and after that, instead of the listing ID, it should be reservation ID. I can select both of them, maybe all of them, and I can say reservation ID, reservation ID, and this method is fine. Obviously now let's remove this stuff, and here I can say if event dot context dot user exists, then what should we do? I can say const reservation, simple, not too hard. I can say reservation is equal to await db dot reservation dot delete many, and here basically I have to pass the object, and in object I have to pass where, obviously the ID. I can say ID, and it should be reservation ID, and after that I also have to add R, and in R query basically I can pass the array R. So it's not, it doesn't mean if I booked I can only delete this. I the author of this listing can also delete this thing. Where I can add the user ID, or user ID is equal to event dot context, not this one, event dot context dot user dot id. He can also delete that, or listing, and within the listing obviously we also have to check the user id. I can maybe copy it. So if I add because this is kind of confusing, so first of all it should not be the object, it should be simply the array. Let's cut that, and within the array it should be this one, but this should be the object. Obviously that's my bad, and this should also be the object, this one. And in comment I can say the, here it should be the comma, and here author, or author of reservation, basically author of reservation, and or the author of listing. So let's save that. Obviously we have to return that as well. I can say after this I can say return reservation, and now let's come here and let's complete the deletion. So first of all let's create another constant. Here I can say const is loading is equal to ref false, and also we have to define the deleted deletion id. I can say deleting id, and it should be for current where the initial value will be the empty string. And here now let's say the try catch block. As it's pretty simple, I can simply paste that. Obviously I have to import this the toast method stuff as well. I can paste that here, and let's save that, and everything will work. For exactly what exactly I'm doing, first of all the id I'm assigning that id to this deleting id, then is loading to true, and then here simply calling the current API we just created, and method is delete. And after that if we don't have any deletion, you can say the delete error. So first of all I'm saying trip is cancelled, then refreshing the user trips, because if you see we have the key here user trips, and then finally the if we have any other error, I'm just showing this console in the console, and then the is loading dart to false. Now here I also have to, instead of is pending, I should also say or is loading, yeah, is loading. And here I can disable this thing based on the loading state. I can say disabled if deleting id is equal to reservation dot id, or if we are loading. So let's save that, and hopefully everything will work. So now I can scroll down, and I hope everything will work. I can cancel the trip. See, trip is cancelled, and that particular trip is removed. So we are done with the trips management as well. Let's move to the reservations. So let's come here. So basically in the reservation, I just want to clarify one thing. In the reservation will in the reservation screen, we will have the only the those reservation which I booked. So you can also see the comments I have added that, because sometimes it can be confusing. So if I come here in the user menu in the reservations, my listings, so it means I created these listings but booked by others. So in this reservation screens we will have that. So it will be pretty simple, just like the trips. So let's duplicate this. You can duplicate by clicking on this folder and then duplicate, and here we can change the name. So I can say reservations, and let's save that. And now let's come here in the obviously index.vue file. We have to make small changes. So instead of trips, first of all let's come down. So here in the key, first step should be to change the key. I can say guest reservations, and I should also change that here as well instead of this one. And let's save that. And now I also have to change that here. So instead of this user ID, I should say author ID. Now let's change this whole trip stuff to reservation. So I can, first of all, let's select control D. Yeah, I can say reservations, no reservations. So here the obviously the subtitle should also completely change. So I can say looks like you have no reservation on your property. So that's why if you can also understand from this statement, the because I am the author, and also from the subtitle. And you I'm not sure if you will believe it or not, and that's it. We are also done with this thing as well. So instead of trip, I can say reservation is cancelled. Reservation is cancelled, and let's save, and let's see the preview. I can come here and let's select the reservations. Okay, let's refresh that because we created the page. So that's why sometimes whenever we create the new page, sometimes it can create the problem. In order to see this clearly, let's create another user. I can close this one because this is the demo application. Let's create another user. I can log out, and here I can say basically the user1 at the rate gmail.com, and let's submit. So I am the user1. Now let's also create another user which is, first of all, let me refresh this whole thing. Why it is I'm not sure why this model is opening. Let me see if we have any bug, because we should not have that. I'm already logged in. If I see, so now let's come here in the Airbnb and let's select this one. Maybe in order to see this clearly, let's create another. First of all, I know it's confusing. Let's log out and let's log with this my main account. Now let's create another listing. So remember, it will be modern. Let's next, and it should be in United Arab. Yeah, instead of, it should be United Arab. And then let's next. Rooms to next. Click to upload. Let's next. Let's select the unsplash and connect to apps, and it will be modern. I can select. Let's select this one. Yeah, this home. Next. Let's select the size. I can upload. We have the image. Let's next, and here I can say the test, copy test, and let's next, and price let's add the 100. Let's create, and we have this new. And now let's log out and let's log in with the different user account. So I can say user1 at the rate gmail.com. So I can reserve this. I am here. Let's select this one and let's reserve this, and let's scroll and I can select these two dates, and let's reserve. So reservation is successfully created. So now let's come here and let's log out, and I can again log in with my main account. And now if I come here in the reservation, I should have that. See, I have this one and it is newly created. So now let's cancel this one. And another thing which I totally forgot to change here, instead of this the cancel trip, it should be the cancel reservation. Let's save that, and here it should show cancel reservation. Yeah, cancel reservation. Now I'm canceling this reservation. So let's cancel that. Reservation is cancelled and also removed from here. Now let's again come let's log out. And now let's try to see if a user1@gmail.com still have that reservation. It should not have that. Let's close and let's come here in the Airbnb home, and now let's again come here in the reservations. No reservations found, although we reserved that, if you remember. So our reservation feature is also working. Now let's move to favorite screen. So basically the favorites which we so now let's move to the favorites, basically my favorites. So it will also be just like the reservations. So let's also copy this one more time. So I can simply copy duplicate this thing. I can duplicate, and here instead of reservation I can say favorites. And in favorites obviously we have to make the change. First of all, there is no cancel thing here, so let's remove this disabled action id on action label. And here instead of the, yeah, we also don't have any reservation, so here it will be the, let's remove this thing so we don't have any error. Let's remove this, yeah, we don't need this thing. And here, oh okay, first of all obviously I don't think I have any API for that, so let's create that in the listings. So here in the API, not listing, in the direct in the API. So let's create another file, and the path will be basically the favorites. I can show you favorites and favorites, then the listing id, particular listing id, and then index.ts. Sorry, we don't have any, obviously we need all of the listings, so let's remove this thing. And instead of index.ts it should be also be the get, so I can add the get.ts. Let's save, and let's obviously I can maybe copy the basic get request from somewhere. Let's copy it from here. I can because it will be pretty simple, so let's copy this one. Okay, this is also complex. Let's copy from this one. Let's copy that, and now let's come here in the favorites. Okay, and in the favorite I can simply paste that. So I will obviously, I think I will remove all of this stuff. There was no benefit of copying this. So first step should be to validate the request. I can say const, because it means if we are showing the favorite stuff, so it means they belong to some user, so that's why we are validating the request. So I can say validate request, and obviously I have to pass the event. And after that I also need the user, so I can say user is equal to await db dot user dot find unique, and obviously I have to pass the object here. Then I can say where the email belong to our user, so I can say email user dot get user dot, sorry we don't have any here, it will be the event dot context user dot email. So if we have that user, then we will proceed. Otherwise I have to show the error. So I can say if we don't have any user, then what should I show? I should throw the error. I can say return create error, and in create error I can pass the status code and status message. In status code I can say 403, and in status message I can say unauthenticated. And now else what should we do? I can say const favorites is equal to, here we have to pass the query. I can say await db dot listing dot find many, and here I have to pass the object, and then where basically I can say id, and id this is also little complex, and here I have to say in basically, and in I can say destructure. What I have to destructure, I have to say current, the not current, the user, basically the user dot favorite IDs, because if you remember in this schema user have this array favorite IDs array, and it is string, so string array, so that's why we are destructuring that if we have that. Otherwise or show this just return the empty array. Let's format that, and here I can return, but obviously for return we have to save format that. So I can say save favorite is equal to favorites dot map dot, obviously here it will be the listing, so I can say listing, and obviously in here I can say simple listing, and for date I can say created at, not this one, created at, I think something is wrong, that's why it is not giving me the suggestion. So in map I have to do this. Now it I can say favorite listing, and here I can pass the created at, and listing dot created add to ISO string. Now date is formatted. I can return save. Let's save that, and I hope everything will work. Obviously I have to change the API here as well. So instead of this thing I can say API favorites. Yeah, that's it. And here I can say instead of this guest reservation it will be simple favorites. And now data, now also change this thing. That's strange, why it is not giving me any type here. So let's come here. So we have the, although we have the type here, but it is I think unknown. So let's import the type because we have the safe listing. So I can say import type. I don't know why it is not giving me the suggestion. I can say safe listing, yeah, from the types. And here now instead of simple I can say the type will be the safe listing and it will be array. And now obviously we don't need this is loading, I can remove that. And here it should be the simple listing, and here as well it should be the listing. And obviously from here let's remove this because it will be simple listing. And now let's change this subtitle title as well. So in here it should be the data. And no favorites found, looks like you have no favorite listing. And yeah, that's it. Let's save that and I hope it will work. Let's come here and let's come to home page. This user don't have any favorite listing. So if I come here in the my favorites, let's refresh that. It's the same error because we created the page. And sometimes, not sometimes, obviously whenever we create new page in the Nuxt, we have this we have to refresh that. So favorites, and see no favorites found, looks like you have no favorites. Now let's come here in the home page and let's add that. So this is the favorite now. And now let's come to the favorites again, my favorites. We should have that, and we have that. If I remove that, it should be gone. Why it is not going? But we can refresh that. I can come here in use favorite. Yeah, I can come here, and whenever here refreshing that instead with a long listing, I can add the array as well. So let's cut that, and in array I can pass the favorites. And the key should be this one. Where is that? Yeah, favorites. I can add that here. Let's add, I can add that. Okay, it should be this one. And let's save that, and I hope it will work. Let's come again. Yeah, toggle favorite. And if I'm in the home page, let's add in the my favorites. Currently we don't have any. Do this favorite, we have new. And now if I come here in the my favorites, we have this one. Let's remove that. See, that is gone. No favorites found. Look like you have no favorite list. So favorites feature is also done. Now let's move to the properties. So properties basically which I created my own listing. For properties basically we also need to create another API which is to delete the property. So we can delete single listing. And then obviously we also have to modify the listing API as well, because currently if you see these are the listing, then why we need the API? Because I have those listing. But the problem here is I can see the listings from all of the users. For example, we have 3 users and each user have the 3 listing. Then in home page we will have the you can say the 9 listings. But in my properties in this page we want to show you the just 3 listings created by the author currently logged in user. So that's why I have to modify the listing API instead of creating new one. So I can come here, and here obviously I have to pass the query param. So I can come here and I can say const query is equal to get query this one, and I can pass the event. So basically the we will modify this in future as well, but currently let's pick the const. I can say const user id is equal to query dot user id, and I can add the question mark here. And obviously here instead of minus it should be this one. And here I can say by default const query param, the type is any, and it should be is equal to the object. And here I can say if we have the user id, then add that. I can say if we have user id, then what should we do? I can say query param dot user id is equal to user id. And now here in find many I should pass that. I can say where, and the query param. I can pass the query param, query, not query simple, I can say query param, and let's add the comma and it will work. Let's save that. Now let's also delete the as well. So for deletion I can simply copy this one. Obviously it will not be the simple the it will not like with the reservation, but it will be the listing id. So I can come here in the listings and then listing id, and here I can say index.delete.ts. I can say index.delete.ts, and let's paste that. So here instead of the reservation id it will be the listing id. So let's select control D and I can say listing id, and here obviously we don't need this more details. Let's remove this thing, and here instead of the reservation I can say the listing, and along the listing id we should I should also add user id, and it should be the event dot context dot user dot id. Yeah, and it will also work. So here let's also change this to listing. Yeah, let's save that and I hope it will work. Let's close. As we have the cancel button as well, so let's duplicate this reservation. No, not obviously not this one, the simple this reservation screen. So let's duplicate that, and here obviously I have to say the properties. So I can say properties. Let's come here in the obviously in the home, and here let's change these reservations to properties. Looks like you don't have any properties. Let's remove all of these, and here let's come here, and instead of this here let's we need this. Obviously let I can copy that and I can cut that, and here it should be the simple listing. I can say API listing, this one, and now I can add that, and let's query, and yeah, instead of author id it should be the user id. Yeah, and that's it. And obviously I will remove this stuff, you don't have to worry. And here instead of cancel reservation I can say delete property, and here instead of listings it should be the list property, it should be the listings, and here it should be the first of all the let's change the key here as well. I can say user properties, and let's refresh here as well, and I think that's it. Oh, now let's remove this stuff, and it will be simple listing. So I can copy this listing, and here listing id, and let's remove this reservation, and let's this one as well, and here I can say delete property, delete property, and action id. Here it should be the listing id, and here deleting id is equal to if listing.id or is loading. That's it. You can ignore this error, it's because of the format my VS Code settings. I have to fix that, and I think it will work. Let's save that. Let's come here. Let's come to home page. Maybe let's refresh one time. Let's come to my properties. I can come here to my properties. Okay, that's strange. Let's come here, and if we okay, we don't have any error. Okay, I think I found the error. So here instead of these listings it should be I think listing. Okay, no, it's listings. Let me come here. I'm not sure why it's not working. Maybe I can add one more Airbnb. Let's see that if it will work or not. Let's select the country side, Asia, Afghanistan. Next, upload in the unsplash. I can connect, and I can say countryside. Let's select this one. Let's select this size. Let's upload, test. Let's copy, and here I can add the 200 and create, and let's refresh because I should have that. By the way, this user I am debugging, that's why you can ignore that. Okay, it means there was some kind of problem, so that's why, because I just created that, and we have this new listing. One thing of once I created the property, it should automatically should be here once we are done with the the create step. So I'm not sure why it's not working. So let's come here in the rent model. I think I can refresh that. I can come here, not here, it will be the rent model component. Yeah, here this one, and where we are submitting, and yeah, see to do refresh listing. So along with this listing I can cut this one, and here I can say paste, and also the user properties, user pro. Let's save that, and let's remove this user from the top, uncommit that, And another thing which I noticed, the price was 200. Why it is giving me the 10? Maybe I can come here in the listing card. Yeah, listing card. And what exactly we are showing in the price? Okay, we are, and maybe where, let's come here in the where I'm creating the listings and index dot post. I think this is not this one. Post. Let's see what exactly I'm passing in the price. That's very strange. Maybe I can come here in the rent model. Yeah, this one. And where we have the price model, price. Okay, name is equal to price. I'm not sure if I defined that or not. Okay, I got it. I'm not doing the V model stuff. So I think the title and description, that's why they are also not working. So I have to add that. I can here V model is equal to the title. For title, obviously I can say the title. And also another thing, the it should be disabled whenever we are loading. So I can add that as well. I can say is loading. So now let's copy these, and here in the description as well, let's add that. And obviously it should be the description. I can copy this one and let's do that here. And also let's copy this for the price here, and let's copy this price. Let's save that, and I think it will work. We can test the two different stuff, the whether we are refreshing these properties or not, and also the price. I can select the pools. I can come here. Let's select the Angolia guests to next. Let's upload the image. I can come here in the unsplash. Let's connect. Let's select the pools. Let's select this one. Let's do next. Let's select the size. Let's upload. Next. Here I can say test. Copy, paste. Next. Here I can say the 300. Let's create. Okay, we have the new property and the price is also working. So we are done with the properties as well. Now we will do the last step, which is to filtration based on the this selection, location, time, and the on based on the guest. For that, first step will be to improve the listing API, so we can show those listing based on this filtration. So I can come here in the listing model, with the one we just updated in the API listing. Yeah, here. So we will pass the different params in the query. So let's I can explain that. Obviously I will explain one by one. So first let's paste that. It's pretty simple. I will go one by one. So in queries we will be passing these parameters, but obviously not at the same time, based on the different selection and criteria. So we can pass room count, we can pass guest count, we can pass bathroom count, we can pass the location value, start date, end date, category, and query param. Then this is the query param, and then again I'm checking for each property. If it exists, then I'm adding in the query param object. Otherwise I'm just ignoring that. One thing here, the purpose of this is to just, so the purpose of this, basically the plus is to just to convert this to number. And also this you can say this will give us the room count. For example, if I want to see, I pass the param, I want that particular listing which has the 3 room, so it will also return me the that listing which have the 2 rooms, 1 room, so less than that, are equal to the 3 rooms. And after that, this is same, guest count, bathroom count is also same. For location value, it's also simple. And here the purpose of this is to basically, normally it will, the purpose of not, why I'm doing this not, is to reverse the logic, because we want to show only those listings which are on not already reversed, reserved. Basically I don't want to show user the listings which are already reserved. I want to show user the listings which he can reserve that. So kind of, you can say I am removing those listings which user can't reserve. So there is no purpose to show those listings. So the purpose of this whole query is that. And yeah, that's it. And I hope it will work. Obviously we can't test this now, and for that we have to create the UI part for that. And for UI, let's come here. We have to create another model just like rent, but with less obviously code, but it will be similar to this rent model. So first step, it means I also need another composable, so I can copy that, not this one, maybe the simple use login. I can duplicate that and I can say duplicate, and here instead of use login I can say search model, use search model dot ts, and yeah, the code will be same. Let's close this one and all of these. So now let's also duplicate this rent model. I can simply copy that. I can copy, obviously I will remove a lot of code, and I can come here as it's belong to search, so I can say listing, and here I can say search dot view, and I can paste that, and let's format and let's remove a lot of the code. Let's close this one obviously, and here I will remove the code which is not usable. Here I only need the countries, so I will remove that other code. I don't need any loading state, I don't need any Cloudinay, use toast, and it means I don't need this one as well. And now here I have to update the I don't need any category, so location will be the first, and then instead of info will be the basically the third one. Yeah, these two, and I don't need these three, and basically here we will have the date which is extra, so I can say date, and it will be the one, and yeah, so here the steps should be the, I can select this one obviously, so wherever we have the category I can add the location, so select category, I can add the steps dot location. Yeah, so here, yeah, let's remove one by one. Here I don't know why it is giving me the error, so I can ignore that, ts ignore, and steps, the step should be the location. So if it's info, then what should we, I can say the search, it means it is the last step. I should say search the, basically the based on those selections search the listing, otherwise I can say the next, and here in the secondary, if it's location, yeah, that's it. We also, so it means it is done. Let's close these one by one. Yeah, this is also closed. I don't need any category, but I need these location, these two. I don't need any price, I don't need any title description, so let's remove those, but I do need these, the date, so let's create that. I can say const set dates is equal to, and here I can say date, and it will be basically range, so it means I have to import that. I can import from the types, and here I can say is equal to, so basically this is the function, so that's why I can say date range. Maybe I can copy the date stuff from the listing reservation, I think that's the component. Maybe I can copy that from this component reservation as well, because we are also doing the same stuff. So before setting this, obviously before setting dates, I need this variable date range is equal to reactive, and here I can say the set dates. It means I have to change that, so I here I can change the, basically the date range start and date range end, and after the on submit, so instead of here it should be info and next, and otherwise we will submit that. So obviously we are not sending any request, so let's remove all of this, and here in submit what should I do? So on submit, basically in this on submit function, instead of sending the request, I will be basically modifying the query parameters. So for that obviously I also need the query string, so let's import that. I can say qs from query string, yeah, and now let's scroll, and here in the on submit function, let's paste that. It's pretty simple, I will show you what exactly I'm doing. First of all, I have the simple query, current query, and its simple object. Then I can paste that this basic code here, and then obviously I will explain. It's pretty simple. First step, basically on submit, I also added some more code, but on the top. So what exactly is this thing? So I am also adding the comments as well. So here, for example, if we have this in the query parameters, in the query category beach, following will give us the category is equal to beach. So here I'm checking basically the computed property. So if I have this, and so the query string will return me this thing. So I'm checking the new search params, then I'm checking the route query, and I'm converting that to string. So basically this will holds this thing will convert this object into, because so basically the purpose of this is to transform this object into simple this category, so we can pass that in the query. And the purpose of this category beach following will give us this, so kind of inverse this into this and this into this, we are using these methods. Obviously you can explore that within the query string package from the npm. It's really useful, so I don't want to spend more time on this thing. And after that obviously we know what exactly we are doing here. And here the on submit the query object will be empty. Then what if we have the query string, then I will assign basically the current query to this. And keep in mind I am using this method query to object, so it means I will convert this thing into this object. So what's the next step? I am updating the query, so where we have the current query, so it means this thing. And then I am adding the location value, guest count, room count, and bathroom count. It means these values, the latest values, the one we will select here. But the date ranges remain. So in order to, so I think I have to import that as well. So let's import that from date fns. I can import from date fns. And now let's come here. So basically I'm checking if start date exists, then also add this start date in the updated query. And if end date exists, then also add that as well. And after that I'm creating the url from the this from this method stringify url, and it is the query string method. So we will have the simple url, and at the end I'm just pushing that. So it means I have to create the router as well. So I can say const router is equal to use router. So I will simply push that the url, and it will be basically the query url. And we created this using this updated query where we have all of these values: location value, guest count, room count, date range start, date range end. And then close. It means once we will submit that, we will once we will update the query params, we should close this search model as well. So it means I have to instead of this rent model I can say use search model. I can say use search model. And here I can say on close, I should close that. And yeah, though that error should go on. Yeah, that error is gone. So we are done with the script part. Now let's fix this this whole this thing, the template part. Now let's fix this template part. So obviously it means I need this open. So from where I can get that? I can get that from here. And here with alongside this on, I can say if it's open. And now it means I have to change the title as well. So in title it should be the filters, and we don't need any description. Let's remove that. So let's remove this first part. I'm not sure, I know why this is happening, because if you remember, once I was changing that, I say removed I replaced all of these categories with the location. So that's why this is instead of category here we have that because in here we have the category input, so it means this block belong to the category. So let's remove that. So I can come here and in location, so obviously in app heading I have to change that. The new title and subtitle should be this one, because here we are not creating the listing, we are filtering that. So where I'm asking where do you wanna go and find the perfect location. And then we will have the same v select component, and same goes to this map. But only thing here I should add the hr. And after that, because the second step is the date, so let's add that. After that I can simply paste this code. It's pretty simple because we already know the calendar component. I'm just passing that. We have the, if I'm checking if we have the date steps is equal to date, then we have this simple app heading title and form, and then simply this app calendar. And here in value I'm passing that, and on change I'm setting the dates. You already know what is in the date range. It's pretty simple, start and end date. And on change I'm just reassigning those start and end date values. And after that we have this info. Here I don't need to change anything, it will be just like that. And after that we don't need this image. we will remove all of these blocks. We don't need this description, we don't need this price, and let's remove all of this code. And here let's remove also this disabled stuff and this one as well. And I think at everything will work. Let's save that. Now obviously in order to see this listing model, I can come here in the layout default, and I can add that. I can say listing search listing, and obviously in order to see that I can come here in the user in the navbar index, and here whenever I will click on this search model, I will open that model. I can say const, and here I can say use model, and I can here I can say on open, and whenever I click on this thing on, I should open that on open. Let's save and let's see the preview. If I click, see, I have that. First step is to set the location. If I go next, we have this app calendar. If I select next, we have this thing, and upon clicking on that, we will do. Currently obviously it will do nothing. If I see if it is giving me any error or what exactly. Yeah, we have some error. Let's see what is that. Route is not defined. Let's come here, and why we have the route. Let's select route. Okay, route query. So beside along with this router, I should also have the route. So I can say const route is equal to use route, and let's save that. And now it should work. If I do the, let's do, I can say next and next. See, currently this is the, we will have this whole stuff, and you can also see we have all of these because we select nothing. We select, but these are the default values. This is the current date, bathroom count is 1, and all of these. So you can say you can also share this URL with other people as well. So it means this is working, but obviously we have to make this change here as well. As soon as we select something, we should have those stuff here as well. Anywhere by mean any location, any week. In any week I will be adding the dates, and in guests obviously I will be adding the guest count. So let's add that. So it means I have to modify this search stuff. So for that I can come here. In terms of listing, it is working. I will show you the demo. This is, you can see that, but obviously in order to show you the in detail, first let's complete this, and then I will show you the exact how we can what exactly the magic we did. And it was pretty simple. And now let's come here in the search model, nav search, this one. Let's paste the script part here. It's pretty simple. I can explain to you. First thing is I am importing the this difference in days from the date FNS. Then I have the route query, simple. Then we have the this use search model, and I will be opening and closing based on obviously the click status. Then I have this use rent model, and because I need the country, so that's why I am exporting that. And then simple, just to convert the object to string, and this it is the same to simple string to the object. And for location value, why I need the query string to object, because when I will pass this location, for location, if you see, if I let's come to end, so as location will be in this format, so that's why I am using this query string to object to convert that into first into object, and then to get the location value. So then we have the start date. Same goes to start date. You can see that it will be in this format. In this format, the basically in this format, if you see start date is in kind of this format, and I have to convert this into this format. And then after that obviously this thing will return us the this thing. And now we need, basically we just need this stuff. So the core thing is beach. So format is this. In first step I'm converting to this, and then I'm extracting this part. So same this is what happening for the location, for start date, end date, guest count, and same goes to the location label. But in case of location label, as we have this location value, so we are just converting, we are just extracting the label only, because this will return the each and everything. If I hover on that, So for the location label, I'm using this get value because here we will have the object, and for that I am passing the value and then it will return me the label. And then for the duration label, what exactly I'm doing, first of all checking if start date and end date exist, these computed properties, because if you see we don't have the location here, so that's why here we won't be able to extract that. That's why in case of location I'm checking if it exists, then show that, otherwise I'm saying anywhere. And for duration label, obviously first I will check if they both exist, then I'm extracting these two, and then I'm taking the difference between these two and it will tell me the difference days. Otherwise it will return me the default value, which is any week. You can see that same goes to location anywhere. And for guest, what exactly, same, I'm using the same method guest label, checking if it exists, then show the number of guests, otherwise add guests. So now let's replace this anywhere with the location label. I can say location label, and any week with the duration label, and add guest with the guest label. Is it guest count or guest label? It's guest label. Let's copy that and guest label. So let's save that. And if I see anywhere, so it means we don't have any location selected. In case of date, because it was the same date, start and end date, so that's why we have the end one day. And for guest it was one, that's why it's one. I can show you. Let's select the any location. I can say Afghanistan. Next, let's select the date, 2 days. We should have that 2 days. Next, and here let's select the 5. If I search that, see, location is Afghanistan, we have the 2 days and we have the 4 guests. Now obviously in order to see the exact thing here, now here let's come to the index.vue page. So we can see that index.vue where we are showing the listing. So here, so whenever we are changing the route query, we should refetch this listings here. I can say watch, and in watch I can simply pass the use route dot query, and after that I will be watching the query, and here I can say it should be the async function. And in async function I can simply say await refresh Nuxt data, and in Nuxt data I should be passing these listings. And yeah, let's save that and I hope it will work. Let's change this location to Mongolia, Africa, and now next. And if I search that, see, it is refreshing. Now let's again change to Aruba and search. See, it is changing. Now try to, let's try to basically now try to search that particular listing where we have some kind of reservation. Now try to search that date particular. So in order to see that, maybe I can first come to the in reservations, not reservation, maybe I can come in the my trips. Okay, let's maybe reserve some trip. I can come here in the Africa, Angolia. Just remember these, basically these stuff. Africa, Angolia, and let's select these 30 to 31, March 30 to 31. Let's reserve this one. It is reserved. Now let's try to just also see those filter are gone. Now it's the Angolia, this one. I can say instead of this 21 to maybe 30 to 31, this one. Let's select these, and we should not have any listing. Just try to remember that. Maybe I can first, let's I go to the home page, and now let's try to search. I have these two dates because we already reserved that, we should not have any listing here. I can next, or at least this should not be here, this Africa, Angolia. I can search. Okay, it didn't work. Why it didn't work? If I come here, see, I'm just calling all of the listings. I'm not passing any, you can say, the query parameters. So I have to pass the query, because if you see in the listings we have updated the API, and yeah, here, and we need to pass that in order to see this in action. So I can come here, maybe in the again, and here I can get the query. How I can get that? I can simply say const query is equal to, it should be computed, so it should update whenever our the route query is changing. So I can say getter here, and I can return new URL search params, and here I can say route use route dot query, and to string. So basically I should convert that to string, and yeah, that's it. And here I can pass this query. So let's cut this, and it should be template string, and here after the listing I can simply say query dot value. I can say query dot value. So let's save that, and see, no exact match. See, now let's remove all of these filters. Now, so now let's test this again. Let's select this Angolia Africa. Next, these are the reserved one, so let's select that. I can next, and let's search. So instead of by doing this way, maybe I can say const use route, and not sorry, const route is equal to use route, and here I can say route dot query, and let's ignore that. I can say ps ignore because it should work. And here I can also have the refresh, and maybe now let's see the preview, and I hope everything will work. I can let's clear all of these and let's check again. Let's select some stuff. Obviously let's clear so we can see whether our we are calling the function or not whenever we are changing the query. So let's select any location, then next, yes, we are calling the listing. Now try to fetch this thing where we have this Africa, and let's try to find that. And I can select the Africa, this Angolia, next, and here let's select these 60 23 23 to 24, then next. We have the three guests here, and let's search, and it's still the same. If I come here in the listings, okay, I'm not passing any queries. Why it's not working? Okay, I didn't change that here. Maybe I can change that here as well. Maybe that's why, but that should not be the problem. Yeah, it worked. So that was the problem. So instead of watching that, I should be watching that. I think if you see, now we have that only the single, other all of those are gone. Now let's clear, and maybe I am in the home page. Okay, there is problem because if you see, still even I cleared those queries, still it is passing all of these. I don't know what's the problem with the use fetch function. If you know, or if you have any knowledge about this, please share with me. Otherwise I don't know why it worked. I just replaced. I don't know what was the what is issue with the use fetch and why we are unable to set the query. I was debugging and I tried different stuff, but it was not working. And I just replaced this, this use fetch method with use async data. I gave the same key and I'm using this fetch method. I'm just simply passing the same query dot value, and it is working. So I'm not sure what's the either something is wrong on my end, because I don't know. I obviously there is something wrong and I don't have knowledge about this. So please let me know if you have, if you know why this is not working, and with this method it is working. We can see the preview. I don't know what was the problem with the use fetch method. I was why query was not working with the use fetch. I just replaced this use async with the use fetch with the use async method, and now we can see the different preview. I can show you. So this is the default. Now let's select that. Let's select this Africa, Angolia, next. Let's select this date, and let's select next. And if I select three guess, and if I search, see, it is loading and we have this new Africa. I'm not sure, there was because we were unable to pass this query, and I think it was not refreshing, so query was kind of static. The when because by default when we were at the first time the query was empty, and once it was fetching, it was not refetching, although I was watching the query, and I don't know what was the reason. So if you know about this thing, please let me know, so again I can also know what was the reason. So for now the core thing is to work. So by using this method it is working. So see, this is working. And if I come here in my trips, so let's try to search this one, which is the reserved one. So I can come here, and let's see the date. This, so to 30 to 31 date is you can say the selected one. So let's try to search that. I can come here in the home page, and it is the this one, right? So the in case of location, it is Americas. It's not America, it's Americas. So basically this, so it is basically this Aruba. And let's do next, and let's select these two dates because these are the, and in this case we should not have any a listing. So let's search. See, we don't have any no exact match, try removing. So let's remove all of these filters, and we have these new filters. So it means this thing is working, and we are done with that. So please, this is the request. If any one of you know this thing why it was not working and this feature is working, please let me know. So we are done with the project. Yes, we did it. And please, if you like the content, let me know. Yes, we did it, and everything is working now. Hope you like the content. If you like, please like the video, share the video, and subscribe my YouTube channel. And if you don't like and you want me to improve at some point, please give your feedback, whether it's a positive feedback or negative feedback. Till next video, bye bye.